Can you hear me? Excellent. What was? Yeah, my my computer just started back up. So hold on a second. Actually, it's not working well. It's not working well at all. Just one moment. Just one moment. I know it is. I know it is. All right. Let's see if it's working better now. Nope, it is not. That other one's working, but this one's not working. Oh, I know. Testing, testing, testing. Seems like it worked. Interesting. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, my issue is it's running on a Chromebook, which is classically underpowered, and then even though it's one of the better Chromebooks, and then I'm also running YouTube, so it's recording me, and that's what can mess with it because YouTube takes so much RAM. All right, that's good to know. No, no, no. I need to know that. Is it still choppy? Okay. Um, I noticed it gets. Yeah, exactly. I noticed. Let me try this. No, 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 no. I understand. Let me try this. Let me see if this works. Hold on. Let's see if it's any better now. We'll see. All I did was close one Chrome tab, but I can tell like it is more responsive of my voice when I do that. Okay, well we'll see how it goes.
Test scores, and then test scores alone aren't the best evidence of whether a child is learning. So these are complicated things. You have to have the money necessary to do it, but it doesn't have to be an astronomical sum. They've got to change the way they are teaching our children, and I think you can learn from other countries and see what other countries are doing successfully, and try to bring that here. The problem you get is the politics in America. The Democratic Party is controlled by many different interest groups, the teachers unions, the education association. Those unions have an unbelievable amount of sway, and Democratic candidates are afraid of them. Plus, they need them to win. So the complications are more administrative than they are money. And the concern of taxpayers that keep throwing money after money that's not working is legitimate. And I could have done more on this issue when I was governor, when I had that power. We put a lot of money into the schools, but it was hard for me to be able to get accountability into politics.
So you think that even if there was some sort of a executive order or some sort of bill that gets passed where they concentrate entirely on raising the standard of education, whatever it costs, like this is a priority for our country. The more people that we have that are highly educated, the less losers, the less crime, the less everything. The more people participate, the better the dream gets. The more competition there is. We all strive. Rising tide lifts all boats. Right. Let's fucking go.
I love it.
If they did that, you think the teachers union would be the biggest impediment to actual success?
The teachers union would be the first place. But they see the way the special interest group in government, the special interest groups work in government is they build coalitions. So the teachers union is a powerful group. By themselves, they would have a hard time stopping it, but they would enlist the support of other groups that they have supported in some of their issues. And suddenly you've got not just the teachers unions, but you got the AFL-CIO, you got the United Auto Workers, right. You got all these different unions lining up. And then couple that with some of the more progressive interest groups, LGBTQ perhaps, the women, the pro-choice group, that's Planned Parenthood. Those are organizations that have those alliances with the unions, even though their issues are far apart. The concerns they have are very different. They don't match up, but they've got these coalitions. So you have to get over all of that in order to be successful. Not to mention the fact that you've got natural resistance to significant change. But if you're looking for a place that's crying out for major reform, all you got to do is look at the performance of kids that come out of public schools in poor neighborhoods and say there's something really wrong here. And it's black kids who disproportionately get screwed.
And then there's also the factor of they're growing up in crime-ridden neighborhoods and they're probably not getting enough nourishment. Right. There's a lot of factors that would also inhibit your ability to even absorb information, the stress and the trauma. So what you really got to do is fix all that. And so that's another thing. How much would it cost to significantly put a dent in crime in all cities and do it in a way where people didn't think you're sending the military in to clean up? And, it's not a militarization of cities. There's got to be a way. How much?
Yeah. Put some of that money towards more police, and that's the other irony. But you need that. Gang bangers in Chicago outnumber police officers 75-1. And where's most of the crime? It's in those poor black neighborhoods. Yeah. And the Democrats are, motherfucking cops and police. So stupid. But not in their neighborhoods where the crime's taking place. It's in those poor neighborhoods. They're the victims of the crimes. It's so upside down. It's so wrong. But you know what's happened? They because of the politics of things, their relationships, they ignored what actually butchered common sense. And one of the things about the Trump administration that offers hope is that there'll be a restoration of common sense in terms of its approach to things. And one of the good things about this last election, and with podcasts like yours and these other alternative places where people can get information, is that you can think outside the box and start to do new things that are different, as opposed to the same old things that give the same old results. And I would suggest that if you want to stop crime and end the mass incarceration in America, educate the kids when they're young and give them a chance to have the skills they need so they can do something other than sell drugs.
Absolutely. The question is, how would you do it? If you were a part of the administration, if Donald Trump heard this conversation and said, you know what, I think he's right, and I think we can do something about it, what would you do?
On education or on something else?
Well, it would first be both of them are connected, right? Crime and education.
Yeah.
They're connected.
Yeah.
In the lowest income, most crime-ridden communities has the lowest education levels.
I was told
So
I
they're
was banned for advertising.
you can't
Period.
just deal with
I have
education without
never
dealing with crime. So you'd have to
advertised in the server. Period.
I think
I have been
the crime part,
live streaming
because
my.
I've seen it from both sides. I looked
Yeah.
at both places. I think, look, I'm happy to volunteer my services and to share my experience. But I think on the issue of weaponized prosecutors and the corruption of the DOJ, I don't think anybody knows that subject better than me. And I think I'm happy to provide any kind of free advice or suggestions I can.
I am a real person.
But in addition to that, I would say
my camera is always on in
What's the dream one? What's the dream conversation?
voice channel, comma,
Right.
and I
Isn't there like a title that will
ask and answer questions regularly, period. I am not a bot, comma, I am a real person, period. I was banned without any warning, which I don't think is right, period.
Yeah,
I feel that the moderator who banned me should be
if my friend Spade, Joe Naramore is listening,
reprimanded for banning someone without any warning.
Imagine any other guy who's
comma, especially when the person has been a member of the server for many months and is constantly on camera.
Shut up. But you have actual
Thus,
and
not a bot.
I try to help them as much as I can now within my limited ability. But the way I can really help is I think I can bring a perspective on how merciless our criminal justice system is, and how we do have a country of mass. A black woman.
No, you're good. Not you.
The new Jim Crow.
No, I'm typing this something else. No, not you at all. No, I'm appealing a ban from the server, and I'm just using voice to text. I should have made that clear. Apologies. No, you don't ever have. You don't have to be on
camera. I don't know enough about all the details, but I'm very suspicious of that, the profit motive in private prisons. And a lot of for example, the commissary stuff that's been privatized, things along those lines. I don't know about that. My feeling is probably not, but maybe you can do some version of that by contracting out to some private companies to come in and educate inmates, which might be interesting. Bring some private companies in that could teach vocational training, particularly culinary skills, which is very much something where you can get out of prison and have a chance to get a job, maybe get your own restaurant, start your own business. Practical things. Privatize some of that. That might be worthwhile. That could work. But as it is right now, government doing it, they're not doing it. By the way, if you want an argument against, socialized medicine, and I believe healthcare is a human right, and I believe I was the healthcare governor, I frankly think so. Even though I'm the only governor of Peach, Illinois history, they wouldn't even put my portrait up there in the state capitol. I'm the only one. I feel like I was the best governor.
I am willing to do anything that you request me to do to be able to come back into the server, period. I do not feel I did anything wrong, period. I feel like the punishment of a permanent ban is far too harsh, comma, especially because I was never even given a warning, period. I feel that
all kinds of stuff.
I am one of the
I can't think of a fucking thing any of my
people who is in the server and is active more than many others, comma. I am always on camera, comma. I am always polite, comma, and I do everything I can to make the server a positive place, period. Please unban me.
What would be your dream job?
And helping along the lines of that, again, even volunteer.
But you were talking about criminal justice reform, because who would know about it more than you?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
That makes a lot of sense.
You got to go to Congress. You got to change those laws. You got to undo some of those guidelines, because these judges are required by law to whack a guy because he fits certain criteria. But don't look at the other stuff in his life, that this guy's never had a crime before, that he's got a family, that he's actually done good works. Those things are taken into consideration when they have these guidelines that the judges have to follow. They were pushed by prosecutors to give them the tools to go after
If my ban
criminal behavior.
How much of an effort, once you actually get inside, is there to rehabilitate them?
Almost none.
is lifted,
Maybe.
I request that you
None.
make the moderation
it's
team
always-
aware.
But is it all like self-motivated? If
Yeah.
you do want to improve yourself, it's self-motivated.
Yeah. And there's resources where you can do that. I mean, there are places where you can learn. Not enough vocational stuff, not nearly enough. But you can do that.
But there's no guidance in terms of, do you get counseling?
Counseling is.
So that is guidance in
Not
some
really.
way. No?
I mean, like guidance, what they don't teach you. They'll,
Well, in your situation,
but they didn't teach the other guys. I mean, they
right.
know enough about that to know that they weren't getting any kind of guidance. The counselors are just giving you guidance on how to deal with the world war.
No,
That place.
and also no motivation to try to improve yourself or to figure out why you got in there.
Yeah, there's some motivation. So, for example, I'm singing Jailhouse Rock for 110 inmates who the day before I see in the yard all muscled, they're all big muscle guys. They got tats all over, right? And they interesting hairstyles. Some of them coming at you. They look like Genghis Khan. Some of them, right? You got these racist Nazi guys with swastikas tatted on them, right? And they're all of a sudden on this particular day they're wearing caps and gowns. And here me, former governor of Illinois, once thought about, believe it or not, as a presidential candidate, I'm about to sing Jailhouse Rock to these guys, right? The warden's there.
Oh my God!
We
So
practiced
crazy.
for a year because it was a way to get your mind out of prison was embracing music. And they have a music with good acoustics, good. And it's a guy who had the head of the music department in drug dealers, went to Berkeley music school in Boston, who really great musician. His name's Ern. I want to say his last name to embarrass him. Great guy. He was like my music mentor. And I learned to practice singing. I'm not a singer, but you can actually improve. And it was like a way where we practiced for hours a day where I wasn't in prison for those 5 hours, I was focusing on trying to get good at something, right?
Right.
So there we are, a year later, we had auditioned and won the kid for the Jailhouse Rockers to perform for the GED graduates. There's the warden, all the brass in the prison, 110 of these badass guys. They had an outside guest speaker to give a motivational speech. I'm stepping up, about to sing my first song by Clint Black called A Better Man, Who's in here, a better man? You ever hear that song? Country song.
No.
Yeah. So before I do, I catch the warden. I've been told sometime before that the warden has the power in the federal prison under certain circumstances where he could actually release an inmate without the court. And in one particular case, some guy was slicing up another inmate, almost killed him. And a third inmate intervened and stopped the fight and saved the guy's life. The aggressor got more criminal charges against him and got sent to an even higher prison. The victim, thank goodness, survived. Fucked up, he bloodied up and all of that. But the third party that intervened, the peacemaker, saved a life. The warden sent him home.
Wow.
He had the power to do that. So I was told this. Now suddenly I'm about to see Jailhouse Rock, right? There he is. I figured, I think I'll go off the program and ad lib a little. Because I've been on stage before and I don't do that. So I look at the warden and I say, I'd like to dedicate this song to the warden. Please release me, let me go, because I don't want to be here anymore. Right? Nobody laughed. Nobody laughed. The warden staring at me. All the inmates don't know what to make of it. They were afraid to laugh. But GED is one way where you can get a reduction, you can get good time. So you can spend a little less time in prison. I'll give you maybe, I don't know, several months or maybe a year off your sentence or something. So there are some sentences.
Okay.
Yeah. Something like that. There should be more of that.
Yeah. Listen, man, you had a wild life. And I'm glad you're out.
Thank you.
And I'm glad I listened to you on Tucker and I got a different sense of who you were than the narrative was that I saw over the media. Yeah, obviously I don't know what happened, but I think you're a good dude. I enjoyed talking to you.
I appreciate you. God bless you. Congratulations.
Thank you. God bless you too. And this book, is it done? Is it almost done? Do you have a publisher? We kind of glossed over that a little bit.
Yeah, so it's Vindication Publishing, my own little publishing company. I've pre-sold 8,000 books, so far so good. The reason I have to do it myself is the New York publishers don't like the good Trump stuff.
Do you have an audio version?
I'm going to do my publishing.
You'll do it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, that's good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
What in the fuck? I hate when this happens. Doug, this is not what I fucking want. Anybody fucking knows that this is not what I fucking want. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. I literally just want to listen to the Joe Rogan podcast from now until the end of time, and yet it's too fucking stupid to figure it out.
Good. Very good to meet you. I really enjoyed you on Tucker Carlson show. Shout out to
Worst algorithm ever. Doug, I listen to the same fucking shit all day long. All night long. You would think, oh, we just listened to the most recent Joe Rogan. Let's listen to the fucking next one. Oh, psych. No, you want to fucking learn English? No, dog. All right, here we go. Oh, man. What are we going to do? Oh, we could watch my favorite fucking Joe Rogan of all time, and it is not Bob Lazar. Caspian C, can you hear me? Excellent. Have you ever seen this Joe Rogan with Bart Sibrel? Oh, it's the best one they've ever had. It's not fun. I love it. I fucking love it.
It was like at least 20 years ago, right? 22 years ago. Was it 22? Wow. So I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with you, because this is before my podcast. I don't even... You emailed me. Okay. So did I email you off your website? Is that what it was? I think so. And then you said if you're ever in LA with me, because I happen to be in LA, and you sent me the email. Ah, synchronicity.
Oh, it's the best.
Let's take everybody on this journey with you. So you were a young man. You were fascinated by NASA. You were a NASA fan. You had NASA photos on the wall of your room. What happened? What happened to you that you're essentially known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory? You're the guy who's researched it the most. You're the guy who can auto recall the most information, and you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing is real hate the most. So how does it happen? Well, let me start by saying a comment about what you said, theory. You know, it's not a theory. They did fake the moon landing. That's a fact, whether people realize it or not. Okay, but we weren't there. So let's just go on what we know in terms of facts. And I'm going to call it. Okay, it's for fun. I'm just trying to, I'm going to have to steel man some of the arguments against you. You know, obviously. I mean, this is a fascinating but yet very challenging subject. I think today more people are aware.
Okay. Let me just ask, do you know who Bart Sibrel is? Okay, perfect. This is my Joe Rogan for many reasons, but most of all because Joe has to work so hard to steel man arguments, and I just like, you can see he's working really, really hard in this episode. He just basically, I mean, oh, it's good. It's good. Here we go. That the government was involved in during the same time as the moon landing. I think this is important. And I know a lot of people who get very angry when you question the moon landing. They use terms like patriotism, they use terms like national pride, like we did this incredible thing, the scientists that we have. I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from entirely. But we have to look at things realistically if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how the world works.
And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident where they got us into Vietnam, where there was a bullshit false flag that wound up killing how many people? It's like 1 million people dead because of that.
3 million people, including 58,220 Americans.
Okay, there's that. There's Operation Northwoods during the same time period. Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff where they were going to initiate false flags to try to get us into a war with Cuba. They were going to blow up a drone jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. So there's the Bay of Pigs. There's all these things. There's the Kennedy assassination, which they still won't release the files. There's the moon landing. The moon landing. And then there's Nixon getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know was a giant government operation too. Tucker Carlson made that all out, and I was like, what? And then I read a bunch about it. What he's saying is totally true. This one's the one that people hold on to the most because it's a source of national pride, and it is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of these people that are able to do things like the stealth bomber and all the wild shit that we know that is absolutely real, Space Shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing engineers and scientists. It seems to a lot of people that by calling the moon landing fake, you're discounting that work. You're discounting that amazing accomplishment from humans. What I want you to do is to say, what did they tell the truth about? If this is the one thing that you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. They lied about everything. They lied about MK Ultra. They were dosing up Johns and brothels with acid and monitoring them. They dosed up Charles Manson. They probably trained him how to be a cult leader in prison. The whole MK Ultra thing is 100% legit, verified. There's plenty of documents on it. They experimented on people with acid. This is mind control experiments on people. What did they tell the truth about? What did they 100? They said, you know what? I know we're liars and we get people killed and we're funneling money here and there, but what? We can't lie about the moon landing, guys. And everybody agreed. This one we're going to be. This is just what it is what it is. And we're going to give the scientific community access to all the data so everybody knows it's verified. We're going to have third-party people test everything to make sure it's verified.
Well, you brought up a bunch of good points. My opinion is really the opinion of the experts. For example, Robert Kennedy Jr. is 100% certain. He has more access to the JFK files than Oliver Stone does. He's 100% certain that his uncle, President Kennedy, was killed by the CIA. Then, as you mentioned, the Gulf of Tonkin. Robert McConnell, before he died, got it off his chest, said that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the Pearl Harbor incident that got America behind the Vietnam War, never happened. He and the CIA completely fabricated it. Congress passed a law, the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, that led to the death of 3 million people and 58,220 American soldiers without cause. So, if the corrupt federal government is willing to kill their own duly elected president, if they're willing to kill 58,220 of their own soldiers, I don't think they have a problem faking an image of the moon on television. The problem is it's a positive lie. You see, whoever killed JFK, you're just changing who did it and why. He's still dead. It's still a tragedy. Or 9/11. You can change who did it and why, but all those people are still dead. This is a positive lie. And people don't want to give up that candy, and I come along and say, wake up and smell the manure. Some people are like, well, I know America has gotten bad, but at least we went to the moon. And people need to realize the sheer arrogance of the federal government to pull off the moon landing fraud when there's virtually no eyewitnesses except 3 government employees and a picture we have to trust is on the moon from the federal government.
Yeah.
So it was actually very easy to fake. And in answer to your first question, I was more than support. I was idolizing the moon landing with my father in the Air Force and giving me a packet of pictures of Apollo 11. As I moved every 2 years from house to house, they were a prominent place of glory on every bedroom wall from
So what
city
changed?
to city.
What changed?
Well, the change is having an open mind.
And when, was there a moment?
Yeah. Well, the first moment was so from the age of I was asleep in bed, but at age 4, I got those pictures, saw them. I mean, even if I saw them once a day, that's 3,650 times over the next 10 years. Probably saw them 3 times a day. So I see these pictures over 10,000 times, believing they're on the moon and thinking it's the greatest thing. And then I'm 14 years old, and I see Bill Casey, a former Rocketdyne employee who worked for NASA for 6 years on the Apollo program with high security clearance of second to Von Braun, who says, look, I edited a memo from Von Braun to the Pentagon warning them they are not going to make the goal. There's only a 1 in 10,000 chance they can go to the moon on the first attempt.
And what year was this?
That was back in 1966, I think.
And so 3 years later, is it possible that they were able to overcome whatever challenges that got him to 10,000 to 1?
Well, no, because I mean, so we're going to go over many proofs.
Yeah, this is important, but I need to every step of the way.
Well, here's how you can prove that's not the case.
Okay.
So the number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 54-year rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA can send a rocket with an astronaut into space is 1,000th the distance to the moon. That's why they're sending mannequins to orbit the moon that can't even land, because they would die from the radiation. So what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, ahead of when all of NASA's had 1 million.
Who? What do you mean? What data is he referencing? That's correct. Because of the Van Allen radiation belt. That's exactly right. Perhaps. Perhaps. Absolutely. Perhaps. In fact, I'd bet my fucking last dollar on it. I would bet my last dollar on it. Yeah. So actually, before we watch this, it would be more beneficial to watch his documentary. So I'll put that on. And then it teaches you all about the Van Allen radiation belt. And apologies, I didn't know how much you knew about this subject, but it's fucking amazing. Just a moment. Nobody teaches anybody about the Van Allen radiation belt. I get that. You're good. Here we go. It's called A Funny on the Way to the Moon, and you will see leaked footage from the Apollo program that has never been shown before. It's absolutely. Oh, I'm so glad you haven't seen this. It's going to change your life. And if it doesn't, then we will have some amazing debates. Either way, it's going to be amazing. All right, here we go. 0.4 million views. Make it 2.400000002. Yeah, no, please do so you can focus on it. Absolutely. Excellent. Please do so you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for watching this. This one's going to blow your mind.
Since the beginning of recorded history, the human race has been at war. First with members of their own family, then their fellow countrymen, and finally nations at large. Yet perhaps the starting ground for all these conflicts lays somewhere deeper, within the very character of the human condition, in the dark, untouchable crevices of the human heart. It is said that the first iniquity of free will began even before the maiden pilgrimage from the embryo, preceding the very creation of the earth itself, in the forelife of souls in the heavenly realms. The dawn of warfare, some believe, was initiated by a fallen angel, whose trespass against God was pride. In ancient Babylonia, in an age so long ago that the exact millennium remains in question, the Tower of Babel began construction. It was to be the single greatest achievement of the human race. A tower so tall that its summit would reach the heavens, and by it prove to the world that their race was superior. It would be God's irony that it would never be finished. Time passed, nations fell, a machine age emerged, and once again the ingenuity of the species which held dominion over all others unveiled what was at the time the most monumental accomplishment ever imagined, the largest machine yet constructed. An automation so mammoth and so revered, even before its first demonstration, that its only befitting name was Titanic. On April 10th, 1912, it set sail. It was boasted to be the ship that God himself could not sink. It would be God's irony that the very element that was meant to keep it afloat would cause it to sink. Water, frozen water, in the form of an iceberg. Not even one voyage did it complete. And then the next age embarked into the annals of human history, perhaps the last age, the space age. Competition for victor was unparalleled. Powerful nations spent billions in unabashed rivalry to outdo the other. The Soviet Union launched the first orbiting satellite, the first animal, the first man. They had logged 500% more hours in space than the United States. And in June of 1969, they launched an unmanned probe to the moon to retrieve the first soil sample from another world, just 1 month before Apollo 11. That's how close the race was. Had their unmanned probe not crash-landed into the lunar surface, the first moon rock brought back to Earth would have been by the Soviet Union. Richard Nixon, president at the time, had this to say about the latest work of the human hand. It is the greatest week since creation, the greatest event since the laying of the foundation of the seas, since the origin of the universe itself, since the design and formation of the delicate human eye, through which all these things are perceived, was a flying machine with its 2 passengers, landing on its closest celestial neighbor and returning from where it came. Perhaps again, God's irony lies somewhere within this great host of humankind. The building of the tallest tower for the sole purpose of standing out among the races was never finished. The machine that was so great that it was said to be untouchable by even God never completed its first voyage. And finally, the crowning achievement of humankind, the greatest boast of the species, the event in human history most associated with pride in our own accomplishments, landing on the moon. 20 years later, and years behind schedule, the same space program couldn't put into Earth orbit a telescope with a lens that focused. And yet 2 decades earlier, a mission 100 times more complicated worked on its first occasion. With close scrutiny of the motives of the zealous Nixon administration, A critical examination of the entirely government-controlled press coverage and newly discovered footage of the crew of Apollo 11 staging part of their mission, we wish to detail what may come to be the greatest government conspiracy of all time. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Come and take a trip in my rocket ship. We'll have a lovely afternoon. Kiss the world goodbye, and away we'll fly. Destination moon. We'll travel fast as a light till we're out of sight. The earth will be like a toy balloon. Oh, what a thrill you'll get riding on my jet. A destination moon. Oh, we'll go up, 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 up. Straight to the moon we two. High in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we'll steal in my space mobile, a supersonic, a honeymoon. Leave your cares below, pull the switch, let's go. A destination moon. Oh, we'll go up, 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 up. Straight to the moon we two. We'll be high in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we'll steal in my jet mobile, a supersonic, a honeymoon. Leave your cares below, pull that switch, let's go. Destination. We're flying high up in the sky. Destination, destination moon.
Dr. Von Braun, how would you say we stand in relation to the Russians, and do you think we could ever catch up?
I'm convinced that in the space field, the Russians are ahead of us, particularly in large weightlifting capability, and that at the moment, the problem is not so much to catch up, but just build up the working speed that they have already demonstrated. After we are running as fast as they do, there's still a considerable gap to close, and only the future will tell whether we'll manage to close that gap.
We cannot, will not ever get into this race as we should, so long as all of our objectives are short-term objectives. We've got to have no finite end to our objectives. The end of our objective should be as far as we can see at any given time, but right now we need a 10 to 12-year program that has as its ultimate goal the man domination of space. And if we don't, we're going to be in trouble.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
We must assure our preeminence in the peaceful exploration of outer space, focusing on an expedition to the moon in this decade. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Good luck and Godspeed. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff. All the second stage tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still to go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6.
Unbeknownst to the citizenry, high above the earth, beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation field. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles. All except Apollo. The more experienced Soviets spent 100 hours in space for every 20 hours of the US. In order to survive the hour-and-a-half journey through this radiation field necessary to reach the moon and return, solid lead shielding between the astronauts and the exposure outside would be required. The mammoth Saturn V rocket used by Apollo was already 35 stories tall and weighed as much as a battleship. To add additional tonnage in the form of a lead barrier completely surrounding the crew members would have made it impossible for the vehicle to get off the ground. That is why the Soviets, though more advanced, only sent an unmanned probe to the moon. The Apollo spacecraft's narrowest shielding was less than 1/8 of an inch of light aluminum. In 1998, the Space Shuttle flew to an altitude of 350 miles, one of its highest altitudes ever, hundreds of miles below the beginning of a field of radiation that was so severe that the astronauts inside of their shielded spacecraft and inside of their shielded spacesuits saw flashes of light with their eyes shut that they described as shooting stars due to radiation penetrating first the shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their skulls, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. As a result, CNN issued the following report noting NASA's unpredicted surprise. The radiation belt surrounding Earth may be more dangerous for spacewalking astronauts than previously believed. Scientists say the phenomena known as the Van Allen belts can spawn killer electrons when the Earth's magnetic field changes. These electrons that are being studied could have an important effect, not only on satellites, which has happened in the past, but could also affect the astronauts by creating large doses of radiation that could influence their health. The electrons can penetrate through various materials, including spacesuits, and can pass through, in fact, the walls of the space station, and can create high charges deep inside of these objects. President Kennedy, a man of political, not scientific background, set the irrevocable goal of landing a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s, just days after America's first astronaut had spent a mere 16 minutes in space, not even achieving a single orbit around the Earth.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. We take an additional risk by making it in full view of the world. But as shown by the feat of astronaut Shepard, this very risk enhances our stature when we are successful.
The technology necessary to launch the massive Saturn V rocket and an intercontinental ballistic missile is 95% similar. When the Soviet Union launched mankind's first satellite, Sputnik, in 1957, there was grave concern that they had mastered space ahead of the United States and might use this advantage to launch a first nuclear strike from an orbit high above North America. When they also put the first animal in space, then the first man in space, then achieved the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, and the first ever of 2 simultaneously orbiting spacecrafts, concern turned to fear and then horror as America watched their communist enemy achieve all these firsts with no hope in sight of ever catching up.
President, a member of Congress said today that he was tired of seeing the United States second to Russia in the space field. I suppose he speaks for a lot of others. What is the prospect that we will catch up with Russia and perhaps surpass Russia in this field?
However tired anybody may be, and no one is more tired than I am, it is a fact that it's going to take some time, and I think we have to recognize it. They secured these large boosters, which have led to their being first in Sputnik and led to their first putting their man in space. We are, I hope, going to be able to carry out our efforts with due regard to the problem of the life of the man involved this year. But we are behind.
If it wasn't possible to better the Soviets in the space race, which was really a race of technological armaments, what could be done? How could America offset the threat of superior weaponry? Throughout the history of rivalry and war, astute generals of lesser armies than their counterparts have used deceit and misinformation as a method to achieve victory. In World War II, for example, columns of inflatable tanks were placed at locations afar from Normandy to draw German forces away from the real location of invasion. The Star Wars missile defense program rigged tests to make it seem more advanced than it really was. That's the conclusion of the General Accounting Office. The aim was to fool the Soviet Union about US military readiness during the Cold War. Certainly, it was not possible to fool just the Soviets about US strategic capability in the 1960s, while somehow informing 200 million Americans of the truth secretly. In order for them to believe the United States had the capability to go to the moon, everyone would have to believe it. Furthermore, the pride of a nation was at stake, and the goal of a martyr, not to mention the growing unrest domestically of a government throwing tens of thousands of lives away in a foreign war riddled with contradiction and ambiguity. In addition, the Apollo program had already spent billions of dollars. If it failed to achieve its goal with such an investment, it would indeed be a large and bitter pill for the taxpayers to swallow. The cost of the program, whose sole goal was to be the first to plant a flag on the lifeless rock just outside the Earth, if adjusted for inflation to the 21st century, was $135 billion. With a profit margin of just 7%, this would be equal to over $9 billion profit going to the privileged contractors chosen by their friends at NASA. If the machinery was in fact only achieving Earth orbit, as other earlier missions had already done, then the completion and functionality of the other components would not have been as important, and even more profit would have been made. $135 billion could feed 2 million people for their entire lives. It could also buy 2 million two-bedroom houses. Yet how could such an undertaking be kept secret, and for such a long time? To the latter, one needs only to remember that an unsolved riddle 6 years older, the assassination of President Kennedy, still daunts the minds of the vast majority of Americans. As apparent of a conspiracy as his assassin being assassinated himself, the truth of the matter has still escaped history. In keeping a secret of the magnitude of the Apollo missions being fraudulently created, one turns to the Manhattan Project for comparison. Surreptitiously building the first nuclear bomb during the early to mid-1940s involved 129,500 people over a 3-year period. Yet the secret did not get out. A quarter century later, the art and technology of espionage inevitably improved, narrowing dramatically the number of players in the know of a large clandestine operation. Just 1 year before the first mission to the moon, NASA launched the Tetra satellite, specifically designed to simulate flight data coming from the moon, so that the ground crews could rehearse the landing, much as the astronauts did in their own simulations. Had it not supposedly fallen back to Earth, all that would have been needed during the actual flight would be a repeat of one of these computer programs, with a few original variations, transmitted to the satellite for rebroadcast to Houston. Scores of computers and their deceived operators on the ground would then receive prearranged information, including the alleged location, altitude, and fuel consumption of the spacecraft, as if it were descending to the moon's surface. If the Soviets tried to find the actual location of an Apollo crew in the hundreds of thousands of miles surrounding the Earth and the moon, it would be tantamount to trying to find a rowboat in the Atlantic Ocean. The fact that the Apollo program was so departmentalized, with various construction and test sites around the country, meant that only a few people saw the whole picture. And for the first time ever, there was no independent press coverage of such an historical event. Whatever pictures and sound were distributed to the public were strictly controlled and previewed by the federal government. They were then disseminated unchecked until this hour. For who would realize that the unthinkable was not only possible, but absolutely true? And what are the photographs? What do they tell us? On 3 separate occasions, our office asked NASA's Public Relations Department for every single picture of an astronaut on the surface of the moon, just during the maiden voyage of Apollo 11. Many duplicates were sent. In all, fewer than 20 pictures were found, including first-hand investigation on site at the agency's vaulted archives. Quite surprising, considering the historical significance of the event. These very photographs are the same ones circulated year after year on anniversary commemorations. It is estimated that in just the first 60 minutes on the moon, motivated by the tenuous nature of the circumstances, many more exposures could have been expediently taken. Also surprising is the scarcity of photographs of the mission's chief pioneer, Neil Armstrong, the greatest achievement in human history, and of the man whose first step echoed around the world, dawning a new age of scientific enlightenment. There is only one full-body picture of him on the moon, besides this ghostly reflection. This one, taken by an automatic camera mounted on the side of the lunar module. Perhaps he feared liability, should the whole conundrum later become unraveled. Perhaps he has forgotten that he attested to the authenticity of the event with his signature on this plaque engraved by the federal government. In fact, in the more than 30 years since the event, aside from NASA's initial presence and the occasional brief anniversary remarks where few questions were permitted, he has never given one on-camera interview to anyone, ever. From an analytical standpoint, photographic anomalies have to be sought out with an understanding of lighting and shadows. The most straightforward is simple. When objects are lit solely by the sun, as all the scenes on the moon were said to be, after all, lighting equipment was not only impractical, it was unnecessary in bright sunlight, then all shadows, regardless of the landscape, will run parallel with one another and never intersect, as shown by this example. In these seldom seen photographs, obtained from a rarely used auxiliary NASA archival site, it is clear that these scenes were lit with artificial light. These shadows, which are cast at different angles, are evidence that a second light source is being used. In addition, the sun would not cause an isolated hotspot like this, only an artificial light would. Again, intersecting shadows and another hotspot. And again. And again. It is simply impossible for this picture to have been taken with sunlight on the moon. Here, shadows are shown to be as black as pitch. And yet here, completely in a shadow, the astronaut is lit up like a Christmas tree. How can this be? Or this, on the shadow side of the lunar module. In this magnification of an Apollo photograph, a rock, very likely a papier-mâché prop because of the crease here, is categorized with the letter C. In later releases of the same picture, the letter is gone, probably airbrushed out. Here, a crosshair, which was burned directly into the image from the film plate, and thus should always appear on top of the objects in the photograph, appears behind the object in this scene, clearly revealing a composite of two pictures into one. Someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound thrust engine, despite the fact that during ground tests there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended. Here is a depiction based on the latest specifications and scientific data. In these enlargements, it looks as though the lunar module was simply placed there. Not even one speck of moon dust on the landing pod. As a result, all subsequent flights had to have the same discrepancy, which was explained away by the effect of no atmosphere. And what about stars? On the moon, with no atmosphere, they must have been quite a sight to behold. Yet there is seldom any mention of them, if ever, by any of the astronauts on any of the missions. Undoubtedly, creating a mural with all the constellations properly placed in the sky would have been virtually impossible to create accurately, much less realistically. A competent amateur astronomer would have been able to call attention to the slightest error in measurement. The answer? Not to talk about the stars. Ever. In their post-flight press conference, it was the only question to which Neil Armstrong responded with an absence of memory.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars in the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon, but without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any.
Years later, though, Michael Collins would remember seeing the elusive stars and wrote about them in Expeditions to the Moon. It seems his memory improved the older he got. Why don't stars appear in any of the photographs? Simply because the proper, mostly closed exposure setting for the camera's iris, set that way to compensate for the bright sunlight on the moon's surface, completely diminished the faintness of relatively distant specks of diminutive light. This answer is true. It does not, however, explain why they never took any pictures of the stars by themselves, with an exposure setting perfect for them. While they took 3 automobiles to the moon, they never took a photographic telescope. Had they done so, they would have been able to see farther into the universe than had ever before been realized. If they had taken a telescope and were not actually on the moon, they would have had to concoct undiscovered galaxies that might one day prove to be non-existent. The cost of the 3 moon rovers in 21st century currency? Nearly $60 million each, though they have fewer parts than a Jeep. Where was all this money going? Then there's the flag, blowing in the wind, at least twice, on the atmosphereless moon. We can only guess that most of the missions were staged inside for fear of possible aerial or satellite reconnaissance from an unfriendly nation. The backpacks, designed for 1/6 gravity, must have had the cooling systems removed to allow for movement without falling over. With very near and hot studio lighting, that left one hot astronaut inside. Assuming that it was the astronauts inside after all, their faces were always covered. The necessary mammoth amounts of air conditioning were probably responsible for the air current. Here the editor cuts to a still shot of the flag, just as the effect becomes noticeable. Here it is unchecked. This rare clip, attained decades ago, was never re-released with the inevitable increase in experience and scrutiny. To demonstrate 1/6 gravity, a bouncy, floaty feel to the astronaut's moons would be similarly achieved with relative simplicity. Slow motion. You are viewing the scenes as they aired more than 30 years ago. Now let's look at them with the speed doubled. It becomes discernible that they are, in fact, in Earth's gravity, and are no more leaving the ground than they would on Earth. It is clear from these rarely seen color television pictures that the crew of Apollo 11 brought a high-resolution color video camera with them on their mission. Yet the only pictures broadcast live from the moon's surface were these from a low-definition black and white camera. In fact, the networks complained because in addition to this, they were forced to shoot the images second generation off of a projection TV of the technology of 30 years ago, and were not even allowed to take a direct feed, which further degraded the quality and clarity of the images. Perhaps this was precisely what NASA and the federal government had in mind. After all, it was a first, regardless of where they were. Better to open up their debut mission with fuzzy pictures and numerous blackouts, rather than show too much revealing detail of a false scene that was yet unproven. And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary.
Can you hear me? Caspian? Caspian C? Can you hear me? That's okay.
An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind.
Caspian C, can you hear me? Caspian C. I know I'm muted there, but I'll yellow in this one. Caspian C, can you hear me? Caspian C. That's all right. Somebody's going to watch this with me someday. Just not today.
People all around the world, their lives have basically depended on fossil fuels. And so the idea that we're going to get people off by making it so expensive that it becomes impossible for them to live lives is almost morally.
I had to take a whiz. I had to take a big whiz. All right, which one of these haven't we seen? That guy sucks. More plates, more dates sucks. It actually wasn't that bad. Mike Rowe was good. Mark Andreessen, I made fun of this motherfucker, but he's actually very good. I had to take a whiz, though.
Good job. Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day, all day.
Hello. Thanks for having me. My pleasure. Good to see you. The world's still functioning. It's amazing. Yeah, amazing. We wanted to talk about the post-election sort of a wrap-up, different sort of where we stand. Right now, very happy. It was weird. Morning. That was one of the first times ever I felt hopeful after an election. You should see me at the comedy club. Everyone's like, yes. So my theory is the timeline, like in the science fiction, the timeline flipped twice in the last 9 months. What was the first? There was one Trump. Yeah. There was the world had 2 children generations. Right. He got hit. Yeah. And we saw the most conspicuous we ever. Right. Exactly. And we could have gone horrific. So that was 2 months. So that other time, I think there's some more. Yeah, boy, magic being stuck there. What a horrible karma. Yeah. I mean, that's a totalitarian dystopian nightmare. That's the best. Yeah. And then I know you're a fancy good conspiracy theory. Yeah. And that gentleman being able to pull off what he did, and the way it happened, the way it all went down, it's a Lee Harvey 2.0. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we still anything. There's no call for disclosure. There's no call for a press conference. There's no toxicology report. The toxicology report had to be done. Wouldn't you want to know what kind of stuff this kid is on that made him want to do that or anything? Yeah. So my theory is it's almost as if people want us to think it's a conspiracy. Like it's almost like the whole thing is almost orchestrated. Like it's so strange how this is like the rapid information. Like the whole thing is bizarre, and then you're exactly right. People hear things no, like now. And he said that I expect this will change, right? So do you think you're gonna deal with that? I would have but I certainly would if I was in a position like that. I wonder what they can actually find. I mean, I don't know if they wanted it to be a conspiracy that people talked about, or if that's simply the best way to pull it off. Yeah, or it's just, as we saw it afterwards, maybe just this is kind of classic confidence. There's also a confidence in the fact that the news timeline today is so rapid. When things are relevant, people are paying attention to them. You have a couple of days, even with an assassination attempt on the former president, we're murdered. And it's in now. Yeah, that's right. I think the news cycle now is like a 2 to 3 day social media firestorm, and we just cycle from one to the next. Yeah. We have a memory push. Right. It's right things to look at here to find just coming away from astonishing speed and shock. By the way, I should say, I don't think I don't think it's responsible. I think it's just the confidence collapse. And I think we saw that on this slide with the director testifying. Well, there's it's like it also could have been systemic. It's like, okay, would it be better off if it's like a conspiracy, right? Yeah. Which world, okay, which world are the one of the conspiracies or the one just like compensated? Well, I think you have both simultaneously. I don't think it's binary. Right. I think there's incompetence everywhere, and conspiracies are legitimate. They're real. And that one seems like a conspiracy. But the fact that his house was professionally scrubbed, there's no social media records, get online, no nothing. He's the only generation who's that point of politics. No online people. Right. It doesn't make any sense. And he's a registered Republican. The whole thing is so weird. It's like a bad shooter, and a great shooter. Well, he definitely trained. Yeah, right. You get trained to become a good shooter. Like, this is all you have to do. But don't move and do that. Get all your mechanics in place, understand technique and positioning, breathing. It's not the most complicated thing from a prone position, but the fact that he chose to use iron sights, I thought was weird too. There's a lot of weirdness to it. From 140 yards with a scope, that is an easy shot. Well, you can just that's the different timeline. The different timelines is the scope. And that's okay. All right. That'll go. Trump's dead. And then, boy, do we live in a crazy world. I mean, what do the streets look like right now? Yeah. What kind of protests, riots? Yeah. You think January 6th was nice? That would be January 6th on steroids everywhere. That's right. Then we would experience it. I mean, I don't my high school got some like it's a group. Really? What a gangster high school. He was actually pretty fucking tough. He was really fucking candy assassination. So, and you kind of watch it pretty big. You kind of see what's happening with these lots of questions. But like when things like that happen, today it's going to be in high definition 4K, ultra surround sound 4K. Yeah.
playing out in real time forever. And so, like, I very much know where those things happen.
Well, we are very fortunate. I mean, like I said, after the election, it's like, wow, voting works. Voting works. That's nice. Like, they don't have the system completely rigged. And then, but they kind of tried to rig it, at least with the media. Where the real rigging in the 2020 elections. You could cast all your conspiracies upon it in terms of like mail-in ballots and this jazz, but the real rigging was the collusion between social media companies and the government to suppress information that would have altered the effect of the election. Yeah. That's legitimate.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was like, so there was, I had a lot of former intelligence officials.
Yeah.
And back in the current administration, had tons of pressure on censorship coming from this, the current administration, all their kind of arms of the censorship apparatus.
You have your hands in the tech community, your fingers and all that jazz. What was the general attitude about all that stuff when it was revealed? How did people, how did your peers respond to that?
I think anybody in social media, internet companies knew it. So it was pretty well understood. I mean, look, there's nothing that happened to Twitter and the Twitter files. It doesn't happen to all the companies, right? So it's a pattern of YouTube files. They would look exactly the same. Of course, we should get files, sure. Right? And we probably put out because the administration is probably going to have but yeah, no, look, it was a pattern. And then look, the companies bear a lot of responsibility, and companies, made a lot of, I think, bad judgment calls. But government, like the Biden White House, was incredibly exerting censorship pressure on American companies to censor their citizens, which I think is quietly illegal. Like, I think it's actually some criminal charges. Like, I think there are people who were involved in this. So there was that. There also was the Congress doing the same thing, which is also illegal. And then there was a lot of funding outside third-party groups that were bringing a lot of pressure down on censorship.
Yeah,
and that's just an example of this. There's a unit at Stanford, right next door, to us, is the censorship unit that was funded by the U.S. government and exerted tremendous pressure on companies to censor. And it was very effective. So,
does it smell like sulfur when you walk those halls?
It is very dark and grim. This whole thing is very bad. And so, Stanford's Harvard, a bunch of universities got pulled into this. A lot of NGOs and nonprofits got pulled into this. And so the Twitter file shows kind of the basic roadmap. And then there's this thing called the weaponization committee that Congressman Jordan is running that is also reviewing this. But I would imagine the Trump administration is going to commit a carpal tunnel, but I know that there are people being appointed to senior positions who are very determined to do that.
This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. You probably think custom window coverings are just to keep the neighbors from staring in, right? But here's the thing. They also make your place look badass and can help you save on utility bills. With Blinds.com, it's easy to get top quality window treatments and service, and it's 100% online. No hidden fees, no weird markups like you get in a showroom, and their Black Friday deals are already live. So there's no need to wait for some pushy salesperson to give you an insane quote. With Blinds.com, you can do a free virtual consultation with one of their award-winning designers when you have the time. They'll send you samples, quick and easy, and free. Then you can either go full DIY or let Blinds.com handle everything from measuring to installation. These guys have covered over 25 million windows, all backed with 100% satisfaction guarantee. You can't lose. So head to Blinds.com now and grab the Black Friday deals all month long. Use the code ROGAN for $50 off when you spend $500 or more. Limited time offer. Rules and restrictions apply. See Blinds.com for details. One of the things that I found really kind of shocking was when they revealed how much money the Democrats had spent on the election and how much money was spent on activist groups. It's like more than $100 million, right?
Yeah, there's expansive of politically oriented NGOs.
Yeah,
NGOs are one of those great terms, like non-governmental organization. All right, like what the hell is that?
That is. Tell me, I don't know.
Well, it's sort of a charity, but it really sort of. Most of the time, it's a political entity. It's an entity with a political agenda. But then it's funded in a very large percentage of cases, including the NGOs and censorship complex, like the government grants, National Science Foundation grants, like direct stupid private grants.
Yeah.
Right, direct money. And then, okay, I got an NGO funded by the government. Well, that's not an NGO.
Right.
That's an NGO.
Right.
You've got conspiracy. Like censorship, you have conspiracy. You've got government officials using government money to fund what look like private organizations that aren't. And then what happens is the government outsources to these NGOs the things that it's not really allowed to do.
Like what?
Like censorship.
Okay.
Like violation of First Amendment rights, right? The government's first. So what they always say, the First Amendment only applies to the government. The First Amendment says the government cannot censor American citizens. And so what they do is, if you want to censor American citizens in the government, if you're smart, you don't do that. What you do is you fund an outside organization and you let them do it.
Boy.
Right. And that's what's been happening. Right. And
that's like hiring a hitman. Like, it's not okay to murder someone. You can hire someone to murder someone and you're clean.
Yeah. And if you want to solve murder, it's not enough to find out who the hitman was. You have to find out who paid the hitman.
Right. Of course.
And so a lot of those cases in the White House, the best defense the companies have is that a lot of this is under coercion, right? Because when the government puts pressure on you, like it might be a phone call, it might be a letter, it might be a threat of investigation, like a subpoena, it could take many forms, but when the government does that, it carries. That's a very powerful message.
Right.
It's a message from muppets, right? It's
right.
Like, don't you want to do me a favor? It's like,
right.
Yes, what you're going to be. I do, right? Like, I like the quarter store. I like it's not catching fire tonight.
Yeah.
Right? And so there's this overwhelming hammer aggression. And by the way, even if the government isn't talking directly, if they're funding an organization that is talking to you, then it's very clear what's happening. And so you come under people pressure. And so the whole kind of chain, this whole chain of government's activism versus something is just corrupted. And then on top of that, people in companies in a lot of cases make a lot of decisions that I think they're probably increasingly starting to regret.
What was confusing to me was that the government spent so much money on these activist groups during the election, and I didn't understand like what purpose that would serve. Like what function would it serve to spend all this money on these activist groups that already support you, supposedly? Like, are you bribing them to support you, or are they? What are they? Are you paying them to go on talk shows and consistently repeat the government's message, the current administration's message? Like, what would be the function of that?
So I think in some cases it's just pay to play. Right? So for example, we call those campaign paid certain volunteer personalities, found them. There were, which to your point, people were very supportive of Pamela, the then gave her interviews that went really well. And so I think in some cases we just have straight pay to play. That's just how that system works. It's just expected. And then I think you have other organizations like the CTOs and others, activist groups, where they're actually, they actually do feel that piece, right? And so there's, maybe there's a gut component, or there's, social media influence downstream component, or some other, kind of feel like it's happening and supporting the action.
I just didn't think that it's still unclear whether or not celebrities got paid to endorse her, right?
They stood up because there's like Oprah said, her production company was paid to put on the production, but she was not paid for the interview.
Yeah,
but it was $2.5 million.
Initially listed as one, then it turned out it was 2.5.
Right, and so
like if I have a production company, right, and my production company gets paid $2.5 million to endorse Trump, right, and then I go, I didn't get any of that money. Right, people are like, shut the fuck up. It's your company. What are you talking about? Yeah. And also, how much does it cost to do an event? Yes. How does it cost $2.5 billion to do an event? Like, are you feeding people gold sandwiches? Like, what are you doing? How is that possible?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. The fact is,
welcome. How are you?
I just thought the really bizarre one was the
What's good, brutal smug? How are things in your neck of the woods? Hello? How are you? We're just watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to watch along.
Substantiated allegations. It's been alleged that Beyonce got $10 million and Lizzo got $3 million, Eminem got $1.8 million. Really?
I think if you just look up all these members, these celebrities look at some managers that
sure they are.
And you would learn everything.
Eminem got short.
Right. This is experience right now, right?
Yeah.
This is right now. Being like, what?
Well, I wonder if Lizzo was like, I didn't get shit. I would say it, but why haven't they said it? Like, Beyonce's been pumped about the whole thing. I think I would probably say, like, I didn't get any money to do that. But that was a weird one, too, because a lot of people thought Beyonce was going to do a concert. Right. And she just went out there and talked. And everybody was like, what the fuck? Because they all came to see a free Beyonce concert. And then she just said, I want to support Kamala Harris. And everybody's like, good. Now, if you like it, you should put a ring on it. Right? Come on. We love your songs. That's what we're here for. I just didn't think that it was even possible that I didn't think the candidate would ever pay for endorsement. Yeah. I mean, the fact that it was even alleged.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then of course there's the you can spec your version of which is all the social media influencer campaigns now. There's tremendous amount of pay along.
That's for sure, right? Because I know people personally who were approached multiple times and offered a substantial amount of money to post things in support of Paris.
Yeah. And like I'm programmed to do that before that they get paid, but like maybe we should have.
Yeah, that seems like something you should absolutely have to disclose. It should be like say if I was going to do an ad for whatever a certain coffee, the Black Rifle coffee, and I did it on my Instagram. I don't have to say ad. I have to say this is an ad. It's a paid ad, and that's part of the thing. You know, unless it's your company, you're supposed to say they're paying you to do this.
Yeah, well, look, the good news is we learn each cycle. We learn a lot about how politics works. We learn a lot about how it is. We learn a lot about the things we put up with for a very long time. I mean, everybody's always like freaked out by like whatever the new guy does, but like this real scandal in most cases, I think, is just the way the system works.
It's a sneaky system. Well, another fascinating aspect of the system that we learned out this time around is the uncontrolled aspect of it. Like what Trump called herd media was much more powerful than anything else. Yeah. The uncontrolled version of it. Like, one of the things that, unfortunately for them, mass media or corporate media has done is they've diminished their credibility so much that like Joy Reid was on TV today talking about saying that Trump was going to shoot protesters and all, just wild, unsubstantiated, crazy shit. And the more they do stuff like that, the more that they say things like that, the more it diminishes their impact, and the more it drives people to independent media sources.
Yeah, I'm sure he's ratings collapse, but they're down to he's down to like 50,000 people from 18 to 20.
That is so wild.
Tiny, right?
It's so crazy.
Really tiny. So I think that's happening. The Gallup organization has done polls on trust in institutions, including media, for the last 60 years. It's been a steady slide down. In the last 4 years, it's fallen off a cliff. I think there's another study that came out. The kids are not watching far less TV. The kids are just watching TV.
Yeah.
They're just on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram and other things. So like I think it's tipping. The question I've been asking myself is when will they actually, famously, 1960 was the first television production, right? Certain legend has it because the televised debate really mattered. If you saw the televised debate, you saw conflict, unity, and nervous Nixon, and if you heard it, you experienced something like that.
And handsomeness.
And vitality.
Yeah.
Right, all these things. So positive spirit, positive energy. I'm actually not, this might be the first internet election, or maybe we actually haven't had it yet. I feel like we're really close to the first internet election, but maybe it's not all the way there. I think there's an argument that this is it, right? And that all the stuff, especially in the last 6 months, all the podcasts, obviously, and your show played a big role, but like, I think if you're going to run in 28, like, I think there's like a fully internet-native way to run these campaigns that might literally involve like zero television advertising. And maybe you don't need to raise that money. And maybe, to your point, if you have the right message, maybe you just go straight direct.
Yeah,
I might be a completely different way to do this.
I think that's the only way now. And I think if you do pay people, it's not going to have the same impact. I think these Call Her Daddy shows and all these different shows that she went on, I'm sure they had an impact. But I think that in the future, I'm sure they're scrambling to try to create their own version of this show. This is one thing that keeps coming up, like we need our own Joe Rogan. Right? But they have
That's all they had. They had in the early ways that were one. But they also had ABC, NBC, CBS.
Right, but it's like, like you use smoke signals, everybody else has a cell phone. So it doesn't work.
That's right.
It's just, it's a bizarre. It's really interesting, though. Like, as you said, like, we're in a great timeline. And I think it's a fascinating timeline, too, because there's so much uncertainty. And there's so much, right? We're at the verge of AI, OpenAI, Altman has said now that he thinks 2025 will be the year that AI becomes sentient, whatever that means. Artificial general intelligence will emerge. And who knows how that affects. I've said publicly, and I'm kind of half joking, that we need AI government.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds crazy to say, but instead of having this like alpha chimpanzee that runs the tribe of humans, how about we have some, like really logical, fact-based, program that makes it like really reasonable and equitable in a way that we can all agree to. Right. Let's govern things in that way.
Right. So you can actually simulate this today, because if you go on these systems, ChatGPT or Claude or these others, and you can ask, how should we handle issue X? How should this be?
Yeah, we've done that.
Right. How should we department whatever, policy or whatever? And what I find when I do that is I discover two things. Number one, of course, these things have the same problem social media have, which is they're tremendously politically biased and that's on purpose, and they need to fix that, and that's going to be a big topic in the next several years. But the other thing you learn is if you can get through the political, basically bias and censorship, if you can actually get to a discussion of the actual issue, you get very sophisticated answers.
Yes.
Right. Very logical, very straightforward, and it will explain every aspect of the issue to you and get through all the pros and cons.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it might be the way to go, which is so horrifying to people because everyone's worried about the Terminators taking over the world. Like, if that's the first step, as we let them govern us.
Well, there's nothing stopping a politician from using this. There's nothing stopping a policymaker from using it.
Right.
You start out using it as a tool. There's nothing to prevent. Like, for example, I think the Terminators in the field are going to have basically AI battlefield assistance that are going to provide some more strategy tactics.
Yes.
Right, conflicts, and then they'll start to work its way up, and then they'll be doing, war planning. And then if you're a general, you're sergeant, colonel, or general, it's kind of just going to perform better. So maybe there's like some sort of man-machine symbiotic relationship. You could imagine that more in the policy process and in the political process.
And there's also AI-controlled jets, which are far superior. They did, Mike Baker was telling us about that. They did these simulated dogfights, and the AI-controlled jets won 100% of the time over humans.
Yeah. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. And part of it is just simply the speed of processing and so forth. But another big thing is if you don't have a human in the plane, you don't have the span of the can. You don't have the human body in the plane. You don't have to keep the human being alive, which means you can be a lot faster and you can move a lot more quickly.
G-forces,
much higher G-forces.
Yeah. And then there's no option for someone to go crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no human element, which is a real element.
Yeah. No, look, I think it's going to be common to have like Mach 5 jet drones within a few years, and they'll be a fraction of the size of the current manned planes, which means you have like a lot more of them. And so you kind of want to imagine thousands of these things like visualize them right at you, and it really changes. It's actually, I think, it'd be very interesting. It really changes the fundamental equation of war in the following sense. Fundamentally, in the past, the people who won wars are the people who had the most men and the most material.
Right.
So the most soldiers, the most equipment. And then there's drone war we're talking about. It's going to be the people with the most money and the most technology.
Yeah.
Right. So, for example, small states, or small advanced states, like Singapore, the country, and then kind of large, sort of economically or technologically backward states that don't have any rules. So it's going to be a good calibration. And then it has the good news is you're not putting soldiers at risk, right? So you have a lot less death. The bad news, arguably, is that it's easier to get into conflicts because you're putting soldiers at risk. So there's going to have to be a recalibration of like when you actually like an attack.
I'm sure you're aware of all this UAP disclosure jazz that you see on television. The more I look into it, the more I think at least a percentage of it, a healthy percentage of it, is bullshit. And there's probably some government projects where they've developed some very sophisticated propulsion systems that they've applied to drones. And that's what these people are seeing. This is one of the reasons why they continually have sightings over the secure military spaces, like out in the eastern seaboard. Like there's areas over Virginia where they continually see them, in San Diego, they see them off the coast of San Diego, where there's a place where you can test stuff like that.
Well, so of course we know that was the case for a very long time, for sure, from the 50s to the 80s, because we developed stealth, which was highly classified, and the SR-71 was brand new at one point, so you had this alien, Of course, 100%. Yeah, and then, by the way, we're not the only ones. And so my speculation would be that some of the military-based stuff is the Chinese did something similar.
Yes.
And we got a glimpse into that with the balloon.
Well, that one.
You got to shut up. But still, the fact that the Chinese are flying surveillance balloons over American territory, and they were able to split through our early warning systems and just later above military bases and take lots of imagery and do whatever scans they do.
Yeah.
And literally nothing was happening. We didn't even know And so, like, I just think that's like a tip of the ice. It feels like a tip of the iceberg kind of thing. Where if they were doing that, there probably would be going on.
Well, I've read that someone had commented that similar things had happened during the Trump administration, but they didn't tell Trump because they didn't want him to shoot them down.
Interesting. Hey, for the record, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think you should probably shoot them down. They're taking pictures and shit. They're not. There's not even people up there. Fucking shoot them down.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Yes. Yes.
Do you think there are any of those that are not of this world?
I don't think there's anybody know from the outside.
Have you ever pondered it late at night, sitting on your porch, staring up at the sky?
Totally, racist. Number one is there not? And then if it is, did it recently get here? Have they been here for a long time? Did they arrive 5,000 years ago?
Tucker thinks they're demons and angels.
Demons and angels. Are demons and angels real? It's like, literally, probably not, but like certainly they're metaphorically real. And are there kind of shades of gray between literal and metaphorical?
Well, the actions are certainly demonic and angelic, right? Actions of human beings, mass things that happen in the world are uplifting or horrific.
People don't think they're possessed, and they're possessed by something, right? Like something is going on,
right?
And like, what's the dividing line between an actual supernatural force and some sort of psychological, sociological thing is so overwhelming that it just takes control of people, drives them crazy. Like, you might as well call it.
Yeah, it's fascinating because like when you think of it from theological terms, like when you think of it from a religious perspective, people would apply. What would a demon do? What would angels do? What is the will of God, and what is like the evils of the worst aspects of humanity? You could apply them to so many things in the world, but we're very reluctant to say that something is demonic. Like, even though it's clearly demonic, like clearly in action. Like, this is what a demon would do. A demon would possess people to gun down children, and use drones to shoot down a wedding party. A demon would do that.
Exactly. So a friend of mine is a religious scholar who teaches at Catholic University, and he's a religious history scholar, and he says that medieval people were psychologically better prepared for the era ahead of us with AI and robots and drones everywhere than we are, because medieval people took it for granted that they lived in the world with higher powers and higher spirits, angels, demons, all kinds of supernatural entities, and it was just assumed to be true. And in the world we're heading into, we're arguably already in, there are going to be these new forces, these new entities running around doing things, and we're going to struggle, and we're going to catastrophize, we're going to conclude, like AI is the end of the world.
Yeah,
the medieval sort of it's just another spirit, like it's just another kind of entity. Yeah, it's better than some things, but so are angels. And so we're going to have to change our mentality. We're almost going to have to become a little bit more medieval. We have to open up our minds for the kinds of entities that we're dealing with.
Wow.
Yeah. Which also can help us actually deal with people. Like maybe there's an explanatory way to think about human behavior here that seems less rational, but might actually be more rational.
Well, you express yourself very brilliantly describing the current state of woke ideology as a religion, and that the way you described it was brilliant because you were saying that it has all the aspects: communication, adherence to a very strict doctrine, all these different aspects of it, saying things that everyone knows to be illogical and nonsensical, but you must repeat it. That these things are indicative of people that are in cults or people that are a part of like a serious fundamental religion.
Yeah. Well, of course, the big difference between woke and traditional religions is woke has no concept of redemption.
Right.
No concept of forgiveness.
Right, which is a very evil religion.
You do not want that.
Yeah, it's also it's ill-conceived, right? Because it's like immature. It's an immature religion.
It's absolutely is. It's inherently totalitarian. It has to be because it can be permanently destroy people.
Yeah.
Woke also understands something that the Greeks understood, which is that being ostracized and being put to death are the same thing. And so when the Greeks sentenced somebody like Socrates to death, they gave them the option of just leaving. But the problem is, yes, Socrates could have just walked out and the reason that's considered equivalent sentences is because at that time, if you were not a citizen of a particular city, you would get killed in the next city. You'd be identified as the enemy presumptively and killed. So there's no way to survive without being in your community.
Wow.
And that's what folks figured out is you can do the same thing if you're able to nail somebody on charges of having done something unacceptably horrible, and you make them toxic, and all of a sudden they can't have they have these friends, they have this family,
Yeah.
they can't get work. Before you know it, like they're living severely diminished, damaged lives. Some people can go and kill themselves.
I don't know if you've been paying attention at all to Blue Sky, but I have multiple friends that have accounts on Blue Sky that are very sophisticated trolls and are pushing like the woke agenda to a satirical point, like parody, but like on the edge where you're not quite sure. They'll say enough real things that make sense and talk about their own anxieties, personal issues and stuff, and then say fucking ridiculous shit. And it's fascinating.
I bet it works.
It does.
Yeah.
That's what's so terrifying. It's like all the outcasts of Twitter, all the people that were like, I can't take this. A few of them have come back, which is wonderful. I love when they come back. I'm gone. I'm going to go to Sky. Fuck you people. Like a bunch of them went to Threads for a while, like Stephen King, he went to Threads, came right back. They all come right back. They can't. The marketplace of ideas, like, okay, you could go to like a fruit stand in the middle of the fucking desert, and that's a marketplace. Or you can go to the farmer's market where everybody's there. Like, where are you going to go? You're going to go to the farmer's market. There's tons of people. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of activity. That fruit stand's fucking barren and deserted. There's no one there. There's very few choices.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
And it's win-win. It's win-win to have it back on Twitter because it's good for them because they want to proselytize this, and so they need an audience. They need an audience, so they win. And then it's really fun to talk on them.
But it's also weird for them to not want any pushback at all. Like, it isn't the whole thing supposed to be about an exchange of ideas? Like, if you have a controversial idea and someone disagrees with it, don't you want to hear that position? I know I do. I want to hear it. Even if I vehemently disagree with it, I want to hear it. I want to know how's your brain work? How are you coming to these conclusions? What makes you think this way? Who are you? What do you like? I want to go on Instagram. I want to look at your pictures. I want to see what you're up to. What are you doing? What do you do in your free time? What are you complaining about? Yeah. It's a fascinating education on human psychology, and to watch people express themselves publicly and then also be attacked publicly by strangers, which never happens in the real world, like at scale. It's the way it happens on social media. And I think it's an amazing time for people to examine ideas, if you can handle it.
Yeah. My favorite term is marketplace of ideas.
Yeah.
You can have a marketplace of ideas. It's just going to be one idea, right? So Blue Sky is the marketplace of ideas.
Sure. Yeah.
Access the marketplace of ideas. That final S makes a lot of difference.
Yeah. Right. But the thing about X is it really is diverse. I follow tons of like kooky leftist progressive nutbags that like have bizarre takes on everything. They were 100% convinced that Kamala Harris was going to sweep all the swing states, including Iowa. They were all in. I was like, this is wild.
Yeah.
Like, is that going to happen? Are they right? This is crazy. But they were 100% convinced. And it's fascinating to see all these different kinds of people, to see the Charlie Kirks and, the full-on left-wing kooks. See them all together. Right? So you need that.
Yeah. Well, so one of the ways I think about this is all new information is heretical by definition, right? So anytime anybody has idea, it's a threat to existing power structure. So all the ideas are heresies. So if you don't have an environment for tolerant heresies, you're not going to have any ideas, and you're going to end up with complete stagnation.
Right.
If you have stagnation, you're going to into decline.
Yeah.
Right. And I think this is the aberrant nature. This is the timeline split. I think the last decade has just been like a really weird aberrant time where things have not been working like they should. And in 2015. Twitter called itself the free speech wing of the free speech party, right? And Elon has not taken it, right? But he brought it back to something everybody thought it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I hope this past 10 years is just going to feel like a bad dream. Like, I can't believe how tolerant the level of repression, right? And anger and emotional incontinence and cancellation campaigns.
Emotional incontinence is a great term.
Yes, it's been a lot.
That's
emotional.
It's diarrhea in your emotions.
Just spraying rage in all directions. And so I'm very, at the moment at least, very optimistic that there's a cultural change happening here that's even more profound.
I have a lot of respect and also sympathy for Jack Dorsey. I like him a lot as a human being. I think he's a brilliant guy, and I think he had very good intentions, but he was a part of a very large corporation, and he had an idea for a Wild West Twitter. He wanted to have two versions of Twitter. He wanted to have the Twitter that was pre-Elon, where there's moderation and you can't dead name someone and all that jazz. And then he wanted to have an additional Twitter that was essentially what X is now. And he just didn't have the ability to push that through with the board, executives, and all the people that were fully on board with woke ideology.
So the experience that people like Jack and Pat Green into this last decade has been, and I don't mean like their conflict with their decisions, but just the lived experiences they say of what these people's lives have been like is just daily pounding. Just every single day, it's like meteor strikes coming back from the sky, exploding around you, getting attacked from every conceivable direction, being called just incredibly horrible things, being attacked from many different directions.
Well, he's already left the sky.
Well, yeah, so that's the irony of Jack is that Jack then created the sky. Which is kind of exactly the opposite of any way where oh, by the way, the new name for it is Blue Crime. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but he's also got, look to his credit, he's still trying. So he's got Master, which is another.
What is it?
It's got Master. Anyone is cheating.
Oh, okay.
It's just kind of it's actually his theory.
He's gonna keep swinging.
He's gonna full credit. He's gonna keep swinging. And by the way, full credit. He's supporting Elon. They mixed up a little bit, but by and large, he's been very supportive. But was very supportive, but it keeps on.
Well, I also found it fascinating that when there was any sort of a right-wing branch of that stuff, like Gab or any of these, they would immediately be infiltrated by bots as well, like my friend the troll on Blue Sky. But these are Nazis. Like, these are Nazi bots. These are people that would just spew horrible hate, and then Gab would be labeled, oh, this is where the Nazis go. This is a right-wing psychopath social media app.
Yeah, and I think, frankly, you get the same thing. Start out. If you start out with political on either side, I think that's what you end up with.
Yes.
And so I just feel like that doesn't seem to be an effective route to market. It seems like you have to start from the beginning as a general purpose service, but you need to have some sense of the actual hardware you're going to have around. And by the way, every social media service, internet service that ever works, there's always some restrictions because you can't have porn, you can't have violence, you can't have terrorist recruitment.
Right.
And even the First Amendment, there's like a dozen criminals. So over time, there are things like that you can't just say, right? I can't say let's go to ISIS to somebody else. Right. Let's go to Washington. Like it's literally not allowed. So there's always some controls, but you need to have like a spine of steel if you're going to hold back the censorship pressure. And there's basically Substack coming involved. Doing very well. Smaller than Twitter, but doing extremely well.
Fantastic.
And they've done a great job holding the line with this.
Yes.
Obviously.
And it's an amazing resource. There's so many brilliant people on Substack.
Yeah,
I love Substack. I get a large percentage of my news from Substack. It's really good, and it's so valuable, and it's such a great place for people who are independent journalists and physicians and scientists to publish their ideas and actually get paid for it by the people who subscribe to it. I think it's fantastic.
And there's lots of people on the left.
Yes.
Right. So you actually have the false parade. Like when a far left person gets upset at work, somebody working in the New York Times is mad because of the far left and they quit and they start Substack. But Substack welcomes them.
Yes.
Which is why they don't bother doing it or something like that, because it really is a platform. It really does well.
Well, it's also very difficult to subvert in that same way because Substack is essays, right? You're reading people's essays and papers on things, and like these are long form things that are very well, in a lot of cases, very well researched, and it's not the kind of thing you just shit post on. There are comments, but it's just like they don't hold the weight the actual article.
Right. So my partners at work, they observe that I tend to get into flame situations from time to time. But I continue to be provocative and get people really upset. So the rule they've asked me to play with is I'm allowed to write essays, for example, and I'm allowed to go on long-form podcasts, but I'm not allowed to post.
Really?
Right. Exactly. Well, it's the rule. It's the rule. Now, by the way, I struggle against the rules because I can't help myself.
Why do they want you to have rules?
Because otherwise, I inflame people too much. I drive people too crazy.
You do it on purpose?
Sometimes. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes it's unintentional. Did you ever hear about when the entire continent, when the entire country of India was mad at me?
No.
No, I spent one night with the entire country of India basically wanting to kill me. It was incredible.
Oh my goodness. What happened?
I was in a Twitter debate with somebody back when I was just poking freely on Twitter, and it was a debate about economics, and the topic of colonialism came up. And I made a comment in a long thread about colonialism, and it turns out the Indians are still extremely sensitive. about the topic of colonialism, and I did not understand the mindset and the historical orientation, and I tripped a line, and I stayed up all night, and I went hyper viral in every time zone. Every hour there would be like an entirely new activation.
Wow.
And I was like front page headline news, top of the hour TV news, like, all the way across India.
Wow.
Yes, it was like I do not recommend this experience. By the way, I learned how many incredible American friends I have because they all rallied to my side. Said he's Mark's not literally calling for the recolonization of India like that.
There's a problem with the language barrier as well, right?
Language, and then just just historical context. Americans have different. We Americans experience history differently than almost everybody else. History for us is like stuff that happened in the past that doesn't matter anymore. But a lot of other people in the world experience history as something that really still matters, like really matters to their life today.
Yes.
They live in history. They live it for understanding kind of how they got to where they were and things for their parents, grandparents, and ancestors. And so it's just I don't know if better or worse. It's just a different way of experiencing reality.
Yeah.
Anyway, I recommend learning that lesson not by enraging people.
I experienced a small version of that recently because I said we shouldn't be using long-range missiles on Russia and the Ukrainians, and Ukrainian bots. A bunch of people came after me because I was saying, like, the Biden administration, I was like, fuck these people. And then I think some people misconstrued that as fuck the Ukrainian people, which I absolutely was not saying. I was saying, fuck whoever in the last days of the presidency has decided to escalate this war, because it appears that that's what they've done. It appears that they're leaving Trump a giant mess, at the very least.
So, good news is I am allowed to go on podcast. That's good. In the theory, it's yourself bringing it up because it's your subject thing. It's because it's basically, Mark, you need to explain yourself in one form.
Yes.
You can't just say a thing. Exactly, your example. You can't just say a thing and have people extrapolate from it. Right. Extrapolate. It's not their fault. It's your fault because you haven't explained it. Right. And so if you write something long form, or if you go talk for 3 hours, at least the context will be there. And then if they want to get mad at you, that's fine. But you can point everybody to the transcript. It's clear that that's not what you meant.
Do you also think while you're writing how things could be misconstrued? So let me do a really good job of being very clear about this.
100%.
Yeah, you kind of have to. Yeah, like I had Jimmy Corsetti on the other day, and he is an expert in ancient history and ancient civilizations, and we had fascinating subjects. One of them that came up was the Nazis and their fascination with the occult. And so you had to clearly say, listen, fuck Hitler. Okay, can I be really clear? Fuck Hitler, fuck the Nazis. Okay, I'm not in any way. Okay, now that we're clear, let's talk about where the swastika came from. Fuck Hitler. Did I say fuck Hitler? Let me say it again. Fuck Hitler. But the swastika is this ancient symbol. It's talking about why did the Nazis have this fascination with their cult, with ancient civilizations. So we got into it, but it was one of those things where it's all right, we're hitting the third rail. Everybody get your rubber boots on. Let's save everybody here.
I've got a friend who is quite lucky, but we're clients for the Rothschild documentaries. Ooh, that's I saw this great documentary last night about Hitler, and I'm like, I bet you did.
You can't even have a copy of Mein Kampf in your house.
Oh, a student, this is actually one of the Stanford crazy stories. A student at Stanford reported to the disciplinary board, the civil disciplinary board for reading a copy of Mein Kampf.
Oh my God.
In the quad.
Oh my God, that's too crazy.
Which is a book that's been, assigned.
You can buy it right now on Amazon.
80 years.
Yeah.
To college kids to understand who these people were and how to not do that again. Yeah, that kid was really got up chairs and really expelled. So
wow.
Yeah, that's yes. This is the ball that I hope that we're doing.
Well, it's just an awful way to look at this. It's so awful to think that if you read about someone horrible, you support them.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just so crazy. How are we going to study history?
Yeah, right. And how are we going to prevent that from happening?
Right.
If we can't wrap our heads around why they happened the first time.
Especially something like the Nazis. How are we going to learn what happened? Clearly, 1920s Germany was very different than 1945 Germany. What the fuck happened in 25 years? So what we're essentially talking about is the year 1999 America versus 2024 America. Imagine a shift of that magnitude, so crazy. There's a Holocaust in 2024, and in 1999, everybody's just hanging out.
That's right.
Well, you should probably study that, and you should probably not reprimand someone for reading a book on this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly what the German people went along with it, right? And so,
Yes.
how did that happen?
How did that happen?
Right? And how many, was it an active agreement? Was it a passive agreement? Was there,
what are the steps where things go horribly wrong? And how can we recognize those? Because those steps have taken place multiple times in history, recorded history. We know about them. So, like, if we see them happening today, maybe we should stop it and nip it at the bud. What better way than to read about when it already happened?
Yeah. One of my observations about people talking about current events is we know conclusively that prior eras all had horrible problems, disasters, catastrophes, wars, and all kinds. They made all kinds of horrible mistakes. But we are completely certain that in our time we figured it all out.
Right.
We're 100% convinced that we have it all dialed in. And the one thing I know for sure is people 50 years from now are going to look back on us and they're going to say, "Oh my God, these people were awful."
100%.
Right. It's like, in what way?
Right. In what way are we horrible? I mean, certainly a lot of what we treat each other is horrible, especially with the amount of information that we have available. But it is fascinating also that if I visited Athens last year, and I got to tour the ruins. And I wonder when it all went south. Like, when did they know this had fallen apart? Like, when was it in the peak of everything? They probably thought, hey, we have the most amazing, sophisticated civilization that's available on Earth. We will maintain it. We will be the center of intellectual discourse and the whole democracy. This is us.
Yeah.
And then now there's like shitty apartment buildings next to the Parthenon. Like, what happened? Something hardly happened, and we don't want to think that could ever happen to us today. We want to think we're American, motherfucker. We're gonna keep this bitch rolling forever. We're scared, free bird. Let's go. Second Amendment. Come on. And we think that it's just this is the future. America is the shining star of the world. We're gonna carry this, but probably not. Like, historically, I mean, what is the longest running dominant civilization ever? The Romans existed for a couple thousand years. Like, how long did the Greeks run? How long did the Egyptians? The Egyptians might be the longest running, especially if you take into account the possibility of alternative history timelines, where they, like Egyptian hieroglyphs, they have kings that go back 30,000 years. Here it is. Egypt and Mesopotamia. There it is. One estimate measuring the time of the first pharaohs' use of hieroglyph writing to the native religion replaced by Christianity. Ancient Egyptian civilization endured for about 3,500. I bet it was more.
Well, the argument is these things just didn't really change.
Right.
Like, change is historical change, the kind that we understand where things actually change.
Right.
Changes really came from the Greeks, and so that was sort of the default status.
Right.
Civilization for a long time. The Greeks kicked off change, as we understand it, and then the Romans. Do you know about the fish ponds? The fish ponds. Cicero's fish ponds.
No.
So Roman Empire, ran for, in its sort of Roman Republican Empire, in its sort of health, which you consider as dynamic phase. This sort of vital phase ran for a few hundred years, maybe 400 years total, something like that. And towards the end, it's sort of stagnating, and increasingly starting to fall apart. A friend of mine says, when the roads got dangerous, and I'll explain why. Sounds familiar, by the way. Cicero was, one of the great Romans, and he wrote these letters that we have. In the letters, he sends these letters to all of his aristocratic friends, and the theme of the letters is basically all of the actual competent, capable citizens of Rome are out in the countryside at their villas, protecting their fish ponds. Right, they pull into themselves. They built themselves their own protected environments, right, where they control everything, and they're completely focused on ornamentation. They're completely focused on their clothes and on their lifestyles.
Kardashians.
I'm sure. I don't know if the Kardashians have fish ponds, but if they did, they'd be spectacular fish ponds.
Amazing fish ponds.
No doubt they're the most amazing fish ponds we've ever seen. So he kept railing. He's like, stop with the fish ponds. Like, stop working the get back out here, rejoin the site, get back involved in the system. Let's keep this thing caving in.
Yeah.
And I think, as a significance, I think, Trump actually talked about this in the campaign. The first business talking in the campaign trail was like, look, I'm going to go on that resort. He's like, I'll play with many things.
Yeah, of course. He's 78 years old. He probably would like to do that.
Exactly, right? And he's surrounded his family loves it. Grandkids, the whole thing. And he's like,
yo, dog, what's up, pimp? How you living, baby?
I need to do this. And it's interesting. He doesn't.
Shout out to Bro Food. Mehra. Hope you're well. We're just watching Joe Rogan.
We've had a pretty long stretch here with the case. And maybe with Trump, also with Elon.
Yeah,
Elon's the other guy, right? For sure.
Well, it's a coalition, right? It's
Yes.
not just him. It's Vivek Ramaswamy.
That's right. Another guy
Yeah,
could be kicking on somewhere.
100%. Yeah,
it's
it's shit.
very successful.
And young and handsome.
Yeah.
Do whatever he wants.
He did anything. Yeah, exactly.
Instead, he decided to go all in. And then, of course, you have Tulsi Gabbard, and you have J.D. Vance, who I think is brilliant. You have all these brilliant people that are together, which is very hopeful. This is what we didn't see out of the Biden-Harris campaign. What we saw from Harris and Waltz. You have Waltz, this guy who's, it seems like he's a compulsive liar. But at the very least, he's lied multiple times about fairly insignificant things, like whether or not he was a head coach or an assistant coach. And the lies have always elevated him socially, right? All the lies about his military service, or at least implying that he served in a different perspective, in a different aspect. And then there was Tiananmen Square, everything that enhances his virtue. This is not what anybody wants. You want the opposite. You want a guy like J.D. Vance, served in the Marines, and went to Yale, comes from a single mother with addiction problems, rose from hard work and dedication to become who he is now. Like, that's the kind of guy that I like.
Yeah,
that's what we all would like. Okay, that looks like a leader to me. Yeah.
Well, the Romans had this concept they took very seriously. They called virtue, right? And did you? There's a whole way of crazy, by the way, the Roman virtues. If you read them today, you just want to burst up crying because you're just like, oh my god, I can't believe what we're missing. But
yes,
people with virtue, it's not just that they think that they're good people or that they don't think they're good people. They actually act on it and actually step up.
Well, this is what's missing from today's secular society, right? Like, we don't have like a doctrine that it encourages that sort of hygiene and behavior and rewards publicly, which religion does. True Christianity, not subverted fucking giant arena Christianity where the guy's flying private jets and has Rolls Royces and shit, but actual real Christian people, right?
Well, the Romans had gods. I mean, their virtues had gods.
Yeah,
and so they it was actually wrapped. It was either way. It was like included in religion. It was wrapped up in religion. They knew exactly what was expected of them. They knew exactly what their ancestors expected of them. They knew exactly what the gods expected.
I recently read Meditations again a couple of months ago. I listened to it in the sauna. But it's brilliant, and it's amazing that this guy Marcus Aurelius was thinking like this so many years ago, and it's so valid today, and it applies so well to modern life. It's so strange, how brilliant this person was while he was running this incredible empire, that he could write about human psychology and the value of forgiveness. Being true to yourself and constantly being truthful everywhere in everything you do, and all these virtues and all these the stoicism that he espoused. It's so valuable today. It's really remarkable that this person, who was a leader, was it 2,000 years ago, that his words still ring true today.
You probably know he did write it for public consumption.
Right, yeah. It's even more amazing.
It's private notebook.
Which is why it's so good, probably. Because he probably wrote it for a Substack. He'd be like, well, people can hate on this. Let me preemptively attack the people in the comments or subdue them.
But he's lecturing himself, like he's telling himself how much. Right? It's very deep. These are very deep, important. My favorite part of the meditations is there's a section where it's something like, you're going to wake up this morning and everybody's going to hate you and everybody's going to lie to you and everybody's going to make dumb decisions and you're going to be incredibly frustrated and you're not going to get credit for anything, and you have to get up to it. That's all. Yes, that's all true.
Right.
And you still have to get up and do your job.
And of course, he's saying that to himself as the leader of Rome.
To himself, exactly.
Yeah.
And what's in there is just like, wow, his life is not. He's just like, again, it's like, it's just like you're going to get pounded. If you're in these positions, you're going to get pounded every day.
It's incredible.
And if you're operating out of a true sense of virtue, if you're operating out of a true sense of exercising your responsibilities, you get up and do it anyway.
It's amazing how much it resonates. It really is. Well, it's amazing how much so many ancient writings resonate. There's so much valuable information, just like in Sun Tzu's The Art of War, or in the Book of Five Rings. There's so many ancient books that you read, and you go, first of all, I love reading them because I try to imagine what is this life like in, like, if you want to take like Miyamoto, 1400.
Welcome. How are you?
Miyamoto Musashi was like
We're watching Joe Rogan
or something like that. What?
Hey, what's going on? We're just watching Joe Rogan. How about you?
You don't.
Right, man. Well, feel free to chill, my man.
What the fuck is going on in Europe?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. Thank you.
And then to see someone's work.
I appreciate that. Somebody's got to.
Their perspective and their mind.
That's right. And look, I think if you're somebody like that, or somebody like Marcus Aurelius, you just have this incredible sense of responsibility.
Yeah.
Like the one thing you do have is a sense of purpose. Like you know exactly what you're here. You know exactly what your role is. You know exactly how you're supposed to behave. You know exactly how you're supposed to basically gain glory. How you're supposed to honor your ancestors. Like it's just all, you know exactly what you are in the community. Right. Right. You have this like, incredible sense of groundedness and rootedness. And of course, there's huge politics to that, which is it really cuts out your ability to, run off and, go on American Idol, right? Like, there's like a lot of things you can't do, right? But like, you know what you're supposed to do, and you either do it or you don't do it. And these days, to have people like that, we need people who choose to be that way, right? Which is arguably harder, right? Given all the choices that they actually choose to live.
Well, not only that, giving all the distractions that people face every day that keeps them from sitting down and writing a journal like that. You know, I mean, back then there's not a lot of different things to entertain you with.
Correct. Yes, you had to be maybe a little bit more serious because you couldn't have as much fun. My other favorite meditations, Marcus Aurelius, is something like "Be the rocks and the shore at which the waves beat." Right? Like yes, your job is to stand there like the rocks do, and just the surf just keeps coming. And your job is just like standing there. Okay?
Imagine what it was like addressing the people back then too, just yelling to these groups, speaking in front of all the leaders.
Yeah.
And everyone's plotting to kill you.
There's also a lot of that.
Yeah, everyone's. I mean, how many times they try to kill Hitler? Like everybody's trying to kill you. If you're running things, all your generals probably secretly wanting to become the king.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all the usurpers are waiting in the wings.
These are lies. Today, most of the killings happen metaphorically. Although every now and then.
Yeah. It's the alternative timeline.
Yes, exactly. That's right.
Yeah. How fearful were you leading up to the election that wouldn't go into the new timeline?
It was so weird because all the experts said it was 50-50, razor sharp, just this tiny little, thing, 80,000 goes in 8 counties. And, number one, then it wasn't, which means we can take all those experts and just dismiss them forever going forward because they clearly have no clues. That's another set of people we don't have to listen to. But I had this really interesting conversation that kept nagging at me with a senior Democrat who's on his way out of politics. And he said in the summer, I said, how certain, what's your view? And this person said that Trump's going to lose with 100% certainty.
Really?
This is a Democrat. And from a sort of purple state. Right. So, not New York or California, but like a state with sort of maybe Arizona, broader cross section of people. And this person basically said, look, all you have to do is fly anywhere in the country into any purple place, go into a second or third tier, size city, and take an Uber for 30 minutes. Land at the airport, take an Uber driver, and 30 minutes, come back and just ask the driver, like, how's it going? Who they're voting for? And basically 100% of the time, the answer is going to be Trump, because people were just completely fed up. They were just completely fed up. And then there was the Kamala enthusiasm, which this person said the Kamala enthusiasm is like highly focused in New York and California, which don't matter from an electoral standpoint, right? So that can decide anything.
But that is huge when it comes to media.
Oh, sure, of course. But that's the thing, the self-reinforcing nature of the bubble. And this is what's actually so interesting with these media bubbles is like the people in these media bubbles are not breaking out. Like it's like they're getting deeper into this sort of collective psychosis that they indulge in. Part of it was getting excited about the candidate for which there was very little popular support for once you got outside of these heavily blue states.
Yeah.
And so it is, in a lot of ways, it's the most obvious explanation in the world. It's just people just fundamentally not like the direction the country was going in. We're just fed up with it.
There's also this very bizarre arrogance of people that were certain that Kamala Harris was going to win. Like I'm sure you've seen a viral video of this lady, political analyst, who talks about going to the liquor store and buying a bottle of champagne.
Oh, right, that's not, right.
I don't want to show it to the poor lady. She's probably living in hell right now. But
I'm just.
Oh, yeah, she's probably on this guy. She might be on X. Well, she was on X. I think she deleted her profile. Yeah. But the poor lady, I mean, she was being very arrogant, and she laughed and mocked this man and said, "You do realize you wasted your vote, right?" That's right. And she laughed, which makes her hard to feel sorry for. That's right. And it's like you were ready to mock this man. Yes. But in her eyes, it was all about reproductive freedom. And she thought that was under attack under the Trump administration, and that women are going to stand up and they're going to stop that, because in her echo chamber, that was the case. Everybody was universally, they all agreed, universally on board with this idea that Trump is evil, we got to get rid of him, and women are going to vote, and this is going to be who are you hanging out with, right? You know, you could hang out with a bunch of people that think baseball's awesome. And then, you know, you run into someone from another country, like, what the fuck is baseball? Like, you got to realize there's a lot of people out there. Yeah. And people really don't like being talked about, too. They really don't. They don't like you mocking the fact that, first of all, nobody wasted their vote. Like, that's not how it goes. Like, you don't waste your vote if you vote different and the other side wins. It's not how the other side won. That's all it is. Like, wasting your vote is a crazy way to look at it. Like, because I think also people look at things like tribal games. You know, like, Texas is a huge football state, and people love football. And it's always, we this, we that. When UT plays South Carolina, we this, we that. It's like people love to be a part of a team that's winning. And they apply that, especially if they're not into sports, to other things. I think it's just a war mentality. It's a tribal war mentality that's been sort of subverted in the human mind and applied to other things. It could be like Microsoft versus Apple. You know, it could be Android versus Apple, iOS. It's weird how people get so tribal and then connect their own personal identity to other people agreeing with these ideas that they believe.
Yeah, I don't know if two thoughts. One is the Democrats for a long time were a big tent party. So the Democrats were a coalition of people who had very different ways of doing things. And of course, famously, it's all the different identity groups and it's all the different economic unions and all these things. And Republicans were like the party of like rigidity, right? Mm-hmm. And just for whatever reason, a lot of the woke stuff had a lot to do with it. It flipped to where, at least today, Trump's Republican Party is the big tent party. Yeah. And to your point on having all these new people, many of them are the Democrats. A lot of it. And the Democrats have decided to try to isolate out anybody, right, who disagrees on any issue and lockstep conformity through the cancellation process. And so that's a very interesting version that happened kind of without anybody saying anything about it, but it did happen. And then I think the other inversion was the economic conversion, which is, remember the criticism of the Republican Party for a long time was it was the party of trickle-down economics. Yeah. The idea was rich people had the money, Reagan got taxes, Reagan administration, and basically it poor people had money because the rich people might trickle some more. Right. I think that inverted where the Democrats, especially in the last 4 years, became a trickle-down party, which was we're going to tax and we're going to collect a to the government, and we're going to let the government handle it out. Right, but they did it under the guise of tax the rich. They did it, but then did it with this Robin Hood mentality. At least they expressed that. Yeah, of course, that's how it starts. But then you end up with $35 trillion debt. You end up with this giant deficit, and then you end up with all this money being handed out, right? Handed out all these grants and all these things, like just this like shower of money coming from the government. But of course, if the government's giving you money, it also means the government can take money away. Right? Like if you're making somebody dependent on you because you're giving them money, then you're in a tremendous position of power because you can make their life horrible by pulling them on their way. Right. You can also control their ideology. 100%. Yeah. It's actually a form. It's on the spectrum to a form of domination. Right. This should make us very uncomfortable. And so. And maybe that would be fine if the debt and the deficit didn't get out of control and inflation didn't get out of control, but it did. And then at that point, it's like, okay, like this new kind of sort of tax and spend driven trickle-down economics is clearly not sustainable as we work. So the way the Trump administration is going to approach the economy, they want less regulation. They want tariffs and less regulation, and they want more reliance on U.S. energy. Right, they want to drill more natural gas, more fracking, more drilling for oil, and then allow companies to work without regulations inhibiting their performance. This will boost the economy. You'll have more productivity. You'll have more American manufacturing. You have more things happening. Yeah, so the two headline things you hear from them whenever they talk about this, two headline things are number one, growth. You just really faster growth. By the way, it's the only way to resolve the long-term fiscal situation. It's the only way to resolve it. There's only two ways to do it. You can inflate your way out of it and end up in 1930s Germany with hyperinflation like that. That's one track you can get on, which is a very bad track, and you don't want to go there. Or you can grow faster. Because if you grow faster, then your economy can catch up to the debt, and you can pay down the debt as you grow. And so they want to go for a higher rate of growth. And then the other thing is they want America to win. And this, my partner Ben and I were able to spend time with Trump this summer, and that was like his adamant thing he kept going back, which is like, look, America has to win. And specifically what that means is America has to win in business and in technology and in industry generally globally. Like our companies should be the ones that win these broad. We should win global markets. Like our companies should be global.
How can anybody be against that?
I happen to think that makes a lot of sense. Yes,
I know. I mean, obviously you're well fan, and I am as well. But it's like, how could you not want that?
Yes. By the way, if you're in favor of a high level of social support, if you want there to be lots of welfare programs and food assistance programs, and those things, I would argue you also want that because it's the growth that pays for all the social programs. Right, like that's how you square the circle. That's how you actually have your cake and eat it too. Which is like first, your economy just generates a fountain of money through growth and economic success, and then you can pay for whatever programs you want. I actually don't personally I'm totally fine. Like set up all the programs you want, all the social spending you want, all the safety nets you want, and as long as it's easy to pay for because you're growing so fast, then everybody wins.
Yeah, right. I mean, I've always said if I knew that I paid more taxes, people in the world, in this country would live better. I would do it. Right. I just don't believe that they're good at spending it.
That's the thing, right? Yeah. It's like if you're putting it this, if you generate a $35 trillion of debt, and these are the results.
Yeah.
Like this is not the deal. And this is my friend that I talked about earlier. That was the beginning. It's just like, look, the deal has been broken. Like, this is not the deal anybody signed up for. This is not how it's supposed to work. Everybody knows it.
And when you were talking about giving people social programs and giving them benefits, and then you could take that away at any moment. This was one of the big fears that people had about letting illegal immigrants in the country and moving them to swing states, which clearly happened, and also giving them a bunch of benefits, which clearly happened. Money, food stamps, housing, all that happened. Stuff that wasn't available to veterans, stuff that wasn't available to homeless people, wasn't available to the very poor of this country. All of a sudden, people came here illegally, got those things. And the thought was, if you gave these people these things and you gave them a way better life. Look, if I was living in a third world country with a family, and I knew that I could come to America and I could get a job, an actual job, and make money, and my family's going to definitely eat, I'll vote for whoever the fuck you want me to vote for. I don't care. My life is infinitely better than it was in this totalitarian shithole that I was in until I walked here. I'll do whatever you want. Like, I just want my family to survive, and I think it's so much better than where I was. If I'm in some war-torn part of the world, it's so much better here. I don't care if the Democrats win or the Republicans. I'm an American. And if the Republicans didn't give me any money and they want to get me out, they want to deport me. Well, this nice lady, she gave me an EBT card, and I'm staying at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City, and I can get a flight somewhere else if I want to go there. Oh, this is wonderful.
So that's how it starts, and there is a lot of that going on. But I will say one of the things that's interesting is it doesn't necessarily stick that way. And the sort of evidence for that is the sort of dramatic ramp up in the Hispanic vote for Trump.
Well, Hispanic people generally are very hard workers.
So this gets to the thing. So I'll just a quick story on this. So after the night after the 2016 election, like everybody I knew was just like completely traumatized. Like we were all just like completely freaked out. Everybody was shocked.
You were freaked out?
Yeah, I was completely freaked out. Yeah, everybody was like, I didn't expect him to win the nomination. I didn't expect him to win the race. Like, and then the media is on like full hysterical blast, and it's the end of the world. And he's he's a Russian spy, all this crazy stuff that we don't know not to be true. It's just like full on. So a group of us went out to dinner at a restaurant in Palo Alto, and and the atmosphere was like a funeral. Like everybody in the restaurant was just like despondent and ready to slip the wrist. So we're sitting there eating, and like the food doesn't taste good. It's just you can't taste the food, you can't taste the drinks. Like everybody's just depressed.
Wow.
And it gets this thing of like oh my God, I can't believe that Trump this that racist anti-Hispanic and all this stuff. And it was one of those moments where the young waiter, Hispanic man in his 20s, one of those rare moments where he broke into the conversation table, right? But it was in context. It was like, oh, thank God, because like we're just depressing ourselves to death. So like, thank God he's going to say something. And he said, I think you guys are looking at it all wrong. He's like, my father thinks Trump is fantastic. My father came here as an immigrant whatever 30 years ago, built a life here, became a citizen, bought into the system, pays taxes, like raised a family,
mowing his lawn with a MAGA hat on.
He thinks this guy is great. He thinks this guy is fantastic, and he voted for him. And he just had, and then heard this before, but then it's like, and the thing that this guy said, the thing my father thinks is terrible is that other people are able to come here. They're able to come in. They didn't have to go through the process. They didn't have to prove anything. They're not bought into the system, right? They're able to jump in, and they don't. They're not buying into the system, and part of it maybe they're not being accepted, but also part of it is they're not buying in. They're not assuming they're not becoming part of the of what makes America America. In some cases, and by the way, in some cases, criminals are coming across, and terrorists are coming across, gangs. Yeah, and it's like my father's not in favor of anything. Right. My father wants to be part of a great society, of a great America, not some dysfunctional, basically just disaster. And I remember the group of us. It was my first glimmer of like, okay, I need to like completely rethink my whole sense of like how the world works. Because
one conversation.
Yeah. Well, it was weird because it was like. So what happened with me is I grew up in rural Wisconsin, which is now like completely Trump country. And so from like 0 to 18, like I completely understood the mentality, and it was always like explaining to my friends and like, no, I was like, this is this is like a different place and think differently. And then somehow between the age of like 18 and 40 or whatever, I just had forgotten. Then I became Californian. Right? I became a fully assimilated Californian, and I was just like, well, of course the Californians are much more sophisticated and advanced than where I came from. It's like, of course, everybody in California has it figured out, and of course California is going to lead the country. And of course, all these things, right? And Trump was 2016 was the wake up call. Like, no. Like that's just completely that is such an impoverished worldview of how this country works and how people think that it doesn't explain because you have to explain what happened, and then you have to if you have some sense being able to predict what's next, which is what I'm supposed to be doing for it's what investing is supposed to be. It's like, okay, I got to rebuild my entire model of the world for like how this all works and how this whole system in this country works. But it was that conversation that kickstarted it for me.
So what was the process of altering your perspective, or at least opening it up?
Yeah, so for me, it's primarily reading. So I started actually reading my way back in history. And when I actually went all the way back, I tried to read like where the origins of left-wing thought came from, and communism and how that evolved, and liberal democracy, and then also right-wing thought, and everybody's calling it fascist now. So like, what was fascism? Right. Is that what this is? Right? How did the Germans do with it? So all of those questions, and then kind of converging on in the last 80 years, like how is that either stabilized or not stabilized? And so I did that. But the other thing is I just started talking to a lot of people, and I just stopped assuming that because I read New York Times that it was true, and and of course what unfolded in the years, kind of sense was, the whole. I followed the Russiagate thing like super closely. I read every thing and I read all the reports. And
what did you think initially?
It's like this overwhelming consensus from the entire expert class that, of course, is a Russian spy. I sat on stage. I went to Hillary's first post-election loss speech, which she gave us for the very first one. I sat. We know that we were organizing it, so we sat literally 15 feet from Hillary in her first appearance. So the whole thing is fraught. It was like incredible tension and the Russiagate stuff is in full-blown display, and I go there, and I'm like, all right, this is going to be, and the audience is Stanford audience, so it's all 100% Hillary Clinton supporters, right? And I'm sitting there, and I'm on my best behavior because I'm with my wife, and I have to like not, I have to not act out. And Hillary sits there, and she says Trump is only president today because Vladimir Putin hacked Facebook and made him president, right? And I'm sitting in the audience, like on the Facebook board, and I'm like, that's not true. It's an absolute fact that's not true, right? And so that got me thinking. And then the Russiagate stuff unspooled, and I was like, the whole the dossier, all this stuff comes out.
What was the accusations about Facebook? How did she think that Russia hacked Facebook and made Trump president?
Yeah, so it's this whole thing. It's sort of this whole thing, Cambridge Analytica. And so it's this whole thing. There was this data. So there was this theory, which by the way. This is like a completely thing like this. So there was this data set on user behavior that in theory there's a theory that sort of impute human behavior from this data set, and then you can use it to predict what people would do and how they would react to different kinds of messages. And it was like this magical breakthrough in basically thought control. And then there was this company called Cambridge Analytica in the UK that figured out a way to do this. And it was this like new kind of literally like mind control, like by far like this powerful mean weapon of all time for getting people to know the way that you want. And it was this data breach. The whole thing was weird because Facebook had been criticized for a decade after 2016 that it kept all the data closed. Right. So the criticism was Facebook never lets the data, it doesn't share the data. Right. And the criticism for years was Facebook was the version of telling data. The virtuous thing for it to do was to actually free the data and let everybody else have access to the data. And in 2016 life flipped. How many reason. Facebook is the evil company of all time because it let Cambridge Analytica get access to this data, and then Russia ran basically the psychological operation of the American citizens.
Why didn't Facebook push back?
They did early. They did early on. They do today in their way, but they're trying to run a business. They're trying to get to the next quarter. They're trying to keep the employee base and everybody aesthetic. They're trying not to get just completely destroyed by the politicians. They're getting slammed every single day on every conceivable issue you can imagine. And it's actually very interesting. When you're in these companies, like these big issues are big issues, but you're also literally trying to make them work. Right? You're trying to ship your products. You're trying to close your sales. You're trying to keep your employees from quitting. Right? You have responsibilities. Right? You have practical concern responsibilities. So sometimes these companies get kind of wedged because they can't do the things that they would do if they were just a damage control mode. And then they get right, and maybe the messages get out. But
so, what was the bigger shift, the waiter or the Hillary speech?
The waiter was the much bigger shift because it was listening to a person with their feet on the ground and actually explaining the way the world worked. Whereas with Hillary, it was cold, right? It was delusion. So it was amazing. She then spent a nice hour and a half. When I'm in a place where I don't know if I'm going to control myself, I bring a pad along because I can work out like draw dicks. So that I don't say anything, right? Like super bad. So I brought my little notepad along. So I got my little Fisher Space pen, right? I pulled it out. And I started making a list of all of the people and organizations that she blamed for her defeat that were not named Hillary Clinton. And I got to 20. My favorite was Netflix, by the way. She blamed Netflix.
What? Netflix did.
Netflix aired documentaries.
Oh.
This is facts. Well, this is particularly funny because the CEO of Netflix is a famous Democrat. Democrat sister. But also specifically Reed wife are very enthusiastic about left-wingers. But I mean, it was just this litany of basic excuses and complaints, right, with no sense of like responsibility, personal responsibility at all. Just like pure grievance. And so it was negative. Like, okay, like whatever that is not the path. Like,
did she blame Comey?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah, she absolutely did that. Yeah, no question. That was a wild 100%. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, like that was super weird.
Yeah.
I don't think she was completely wrong.
I don't understand that one, honestly. If they didn't want Trump to win, I don't get that one.
Well, we know she's going to go back in Georgia.
Right.
It's weird.
It's crazy.
It's a weird message.
It's almost as weird as the Biden year, where we don't think he's competent to stand trial for the documents that he had that were classified.
Exactly.
But he can, have his finger on the button? What the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly. We know he's guilty. Because the jury would say that he's a senile old man.
Which is crazy because he's still running for president at the time. He's running for re-election.
Well, then remember, everybody finds the media said that the prosecutor's lying, right?
He's sharp as a tack. My favorite is Will Scarborough. This is the best Biden, intellectually, the best one I've ever seen. Dude.
Yes.
And then meanwhile, he had to go to Mar-a-Lago and kiss the ring.
Exactly. My favorite was about earlier this year, you mentioned the term cheap fake.
Cheap fake.
Because everybody's talking about the AI deep fake, which really didn't. There was really nothing that happened with it. So the cheap fake is a video that just simply shows you something. Right. It's claimed to be out of context, but it actually turns out that it's actually just telling you the truth.
Didn't Nancy Pelosi start using that one? Cheap fake?
Yeah, exactly. Because the theory was he was going to use clips out of context.
Yeah.
But it turned out that it was in context.
Have you seen, there's a gentleman who made a video, here, also, it's pretty fucking crazy of what AI is capable of now by, someone called David, son of a bitch. Come on. Don't make me go to fucking Android because I will. This guy did this insane video where it's all completely AI and everything he did, including his voice. Here, I'll send it to you. It's 100% AI generated, and it's so hard to believe because it's so good, and it really puts you in this when you talk about fake. I just have to cheap fakes, deep fakes. Let's put the headphones on and watch this because it's so crazy. We're at that moment where you cannot tell. Let's look at it. It's pretty extraordinary. This is the version I've seen so far. This is completely AI. Oh, okay.
And it sounds like Then I trained Agent with a video file. I include the audio file to generate a video based on my text. The video you're watching right now is the result. 100% generated AI. What do you think of that? Guys, I know this might sound
crazy. How crazy is that? Oh, that's your company? That's it. That's it. Yeah. That's the AI generator. Yeah, that's right. So it's two companies. One of the voices is ours, and then it's another great company called Vision. They did the initials. But yeah, that's right. That's yeah. Well, this is part of the first internet. It was actually the first internet election. Probably the first internet election will be the one that has this kind of thing actually where people get tricked. Why didn't they do that with Kamala Harris? So they would have done an amazing job. They could have really knocked it out of the park with a solid speech. They didn't just have her say it on the internet. Yes. Just have a bunch of viral videos of her speaking so eloquently. Perfect. Exactly. That's the fear of the future, right? Yeah. So I think that's going to be the kind of thing that's going to happen in terms of the dirty trick side. I didn't know that would work. Somebody try to play these things. Just have the most brilliant writers formulate. Get AI to do it. Like you're saying, AI has all these solutions to things that are super logical. And there's no weird thinking. It's cut all the fat out. So I think we have to figure out how to fix this. And the theory basically is we're going to have to switch our sense of what's real from basically just trying to eyeball and figure out whether it's real to only taking seriously the things that we know are real. And the way that we know things are real is we'll have them registered on the blockchain. Right? And so I think in the future is every politician will have an account on a blockchain service, like a crypto service. And then every politician, whenever they say anything in public, or their video, they're going to have people running the cameras all the time. Whenever they put out a statement, they're going to cryptographically sign it on the blockchain so that it can be validated that it is actually content from them. And then I think we're just going to have to reach an understanding that we're just going to have to write off the things that we see. Wow. Which frankly is a good idea anyway, because there's a lot of noise in the environment. How would you integrate that with social media though? Because one of the issues is these low information voters are getting information either from clickbait headlines on these websites where they don't read the actual paragraph, which might be completely different than the headline itself. The headline is just inflammatory. And then viral video. How would you... So the thing is, so that's already happening with pre-AI. Right. So I would say that's a pre-existing problem. And so we can't. By the way, that's been happening for a long time. Newspapers have been scandal sheets forever. If you go back hundreds of years to the first newspapers, they were running all kinds of scrolls. The first newspaper was a scandal sheet from the Vatican. Really? It was all these terrible rumors about the Pope and the bishops and all these cardinals. That was the first newspaper? That was the very first newspaper, was in the Vatican. And then all the American newspapers were like that. In the Revolutionary era, it was all crazy rumors and innuendo and people accusing each other of. There was a famous election in 1800, which was Jefferson versus Adams, that we think of as these outstanding, great people, and they're just smearing crap out of each other in their respective newspapers, because they would actually newspapers in those days. Oh God, attack each other. More things changed. Ben Franklin printed newspapers before he became a government. He created 15 different stock limits. He created 15 different pseudonyms. He was given a pseudonym and then he would basically have to argue with each other in the newspaper without telling people that it was all him. Oh man! So he had all these different personalities. And so we've been in a world of information warfare for a very long time. We've been in a world of sensationalists. Nightly news, if it bleeds, it leads. Yeah, sensational stuff for a long time. We've been in the world of propaganda for a long time. So that you're never going to be back to. Isn't it funny that we didn't think of the past like that? Oh yeah, we assume we have all figured out. Yeah, that very much is not true. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. My favorite in Vietnam War was the Gulf of Tonkin that kicked off the sort of big escalation. We know it didn't happen. Right. People just didn't happen. And all this big debate about did they know it didn't happen? Did they fake it? But so there's always something like that history. So that you can't fix. And AI will be able to do that kind of thing. But what we can do is we reorient people and say, okay, now you're going to have to take seriously this stuff. And if you want to actually know what's happening, this stuff is real, we can prove it is real. And if it's not, you can choose to believe it or not. Right. But you should not rely on it. And look, it's not going to be perfect. It's going to take time, but there is a way to address this. Okay. So that would be the solution to deepfakes and blockchain. Yeah. Yeah. That's logic.
That actually does make sense. That actually kind of gives me hope. I do generally have hope, even though I look at the pessimistic side of things. I'm generally optimistic because my real feeling about human beings is most people are good. I genuinely believe there's far more good people in the world than bad people. There's far more people that want to live a good life and have a good time and enjoy themselves than there are people who are tyrants.
Yeah, I'm super optimistic. I'm optimistic. And I was optimistic already. Flashes of pessimism, but like I'm really optimistic, and especially now. So I think this is going to be. I think we have the real potential here for combination.
We really do. Yeah.
The capabilities that we have, the people. I mean, my day job, I meet these young, meet these 22-year-olds every day. They're just like the smartest people in the world. It's smart people. I think they're getting better. By the way, as time passes, by the time of 22, they just know a lot more.
They have so much more access to information than we did.
Yeah, they're better trained, capable, and ready to go.
Yeah.
And they know each other. They connect online in their own communities. They help each other. And so, like, yeah, the productive and inventive, creative, aspect, particularly in this country, is just like there's nothing.
I think there's also a real potential for a shift in perspective, a positive, patriotic shift in perspective that can happen in this country. And if you think about what happened with the woke ideology, it swept so quickly over the country and changed so many aspects of the way we deal with it socially. It happened so rapidly and so quickly. It's such a large change that people are susceptible to change. It's possible to enact change, and a positive change in a good direction. People are optimistic about the future, which you are, and I am. I mean, I think that's probably contagious.
Yeah, that's right.
I really do think that. It was Evan Hafer who said that thing about psychology. It was a friend of mine, it was a former special forces guy. He said that psychology is more contagious than the flu.
Right. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. So one of the interesting things that's going to happen right now, we talked a lot about Inspector and Republicans, but there's now a civil war that's kicked off inside the Democratic Party, which is very interesting because they lost, right? So the fact that they lost the White House and they lost the Congress and they lost the Congress and they lost the Senate and they lost the Supreme Court,
right?
Like this time it's undeniable that like the current path that they've been on to be working. Like it's being in the Revolutionary Party and kicking people out for one thing. Like it's not. They're not going to win.
They're not just kicking people out; they're barring people from making it to the primaries.
Yes,
which is very undemocratic.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Continuing. So
John Rice quote she talks about that.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like I would say the smart Democrats know that this is not. It's not about you can't have a political party that doesn't win. It's not useful. And so there's a civil war that's underway inside the party that's kicking off right now. Where they're going to have to recalibrate decide what they want the future to be. And it's going to be a big decision. The same thing happened, by the way, when Reagan beat Carter really badly in 80 and then had a landslide in 84. It then took Democrats 12 years, right, to get to the Clinton and to actually win again. And so they have this cautionary tale of they went too far in the 60s and 70s. It took them 12 years to recover. And so if you talk to really smart Democrats, they're going to be like, look, this can't be 12 years. That's crazy. We have to do this a lot faster. But we have to reorient. We have to get back to common sense. We have to get back to normal. We have to get back to sensible. We have to get back to moderate.
We were actually playing Bill Clinton debating during the elections of what year was that, Jamie? I forget which one was when he first ran. What year did he first run? 92. So it was the 92. And I was like, I vote for that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
In a heartbeat. Because also we played a clip of Hillary Clinton where she sounded more MAGA than anybody that's MAGA today. She was talking about the penalties that illegal immigrants should face. They should pay a fine because they came into this country illegally. And if they're a criminal, they should be jailed or kicked out of the country without question. Like all this was like so MAGA. I'm like, this is so wild to get from Hillary in 2008.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and Hillary and Dianne Feinstein, all these people wanted to build the wall. Dianne Feinstein, our senator in California, is very left wing. She was down there like the photo ops for the wall that was being built, like trying to get credit for it.
Crazy.
Yeah, like 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And so another reason for optimism is I think that they're going to be able to pull their way back. Like I think they're going to be able. I think using this bad is very motivating to be able to pull your way back and become more normal. And I think that would be like, I mean, how great would it be if you had two parties that actually had licenses?
Yes.
I mean, imagine
was running up against Trump. Like, he was so good. We played that speech that he gave after Sister Soldier. It's a bunch of like very anti-white things about white people, and he gave this like super eloquent but yet compassionate speech about this, where he's very charitable about her position of being a young person and not having the best perspective on things. It was fucking brilliant. It was brilliant. That's the guy. Like, that's the president.
But my understanding is, of course, he's a fascist.
Yeah, well, that's the weird thing about fascism, right? Because fascism, by definition, is almost always applied to right-wing totalitarian governments, but it's really kind of just adherence to the state and enforcing a doctrine and forcing people to think and behave a very, which is what the left wing does. And then you talk about like being pro-war. Well, who's more pro-war right now? Trump or the Biden administration? Clearly, Trump is less pro-war. Clearly, Trump wants to end the wars. Clearly, Biden just allowed Ukraine to use long-range missiles into Russia. Like, this is, I don't know what's going on in terms of negotiations. I hear all kinds of different things. But if you looked at one side that is pushing for these wars and seems to be all in on it, and the other side is not, like, the fucking polar shift is so dramatic. It's really weird. The free speech thing, which was always a tenet of the left-wing party, was like, you know, I mean, doctrine. Like, free speech is necessary. It's the foundation of our ability to discuss and find out what's right, what's wrong. You have to be. It's the ADL used to let fucking Nazis speak. They used to let them march. They would defend their right to do it.
Right. Yeah, because you need to air out the idea.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So it was not that long ago when you had Democrats that were very much in favor of many of these extremist positions.
Super recent.
It was pretty recent.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to pull it off. They might just go right off the cliff. Like, it's certainly possible, but like, it is also possible that they'll drag it back, and it might happen quite quickly. And I'm hopeful.
I am as well. I think the temperature of society, like the mindset of society, is so clearly moving away from that madness that they're going to have to course correct, which is just logical. There's just no way they're going to keep doing it the same way or double down. It's just not going to. It's like they're going to go the way of MSNBC. They're going to become ridiculous.
That's right.
So they have to, which is good for everyone.
So one of my theories is you can separate the concepts of the United States and America, and you can be very optimistic about America and have all kinds of issues with the United States, but still be positive with America. And the difference is the United States is the formal system of the government and the politics and all the stuff we get mad about, and America's the people.
Right.
And so you can be, as I incredibly bullish about the people, and then it's just a question of whether you get America. It's just a question of whether you can get the United States part kind of lined up to at least have the things
right.
Things.
Well, what are the things that you think about this administration, at least what they're proposing, that would move us in that direction as opposed to the way things were going?
There's a lot of things. So I can start with the huge, the Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah. It's hilarious. It just winds up being Doge. DOG. He's just pushing Dogecoin forever. Yeah. It's just so many things are just so on the nose. Like, is the simulation real? I mean, it has to be real.
Exactly. I'll just program it back in between.
We certainly get a position in the game. He's the number one Diablo player in the world right now. Exactly. He just got number one, which means fucking bananas. How does he have the time to do that?
Which means he could be the guy steering the
Yeah.
So look, this goes back to what we talked about before. Like, it is time to carve this government back in size and scope. It's time to take the overall. You can talk about distribution of taxes, but it's time to take the overall tax down. It's time to take the spending down. It's time to get the government out of the position of deciding who gets money. It's time to unleash economic growth.
Elon explained there's more agencies than there have been years in the United States.
450 federal agencies and 2 new ones a year. And then my favorite is we have this thing called independent federal agencies. So, for example, this thing called the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, which is the sort of Elizabeth Warren's personal agency that she gets to control. And it's an independent agency that just gets to run and do whatever it wants, right? And if you read the Constitution, like, there is no such thing as an independent agency, and yet there it is.
What does her agency do?
Whatever she wants.
What does it do?
We basically terrorize financial institutions, prevent competition and startups that want to compete with the big banks.
Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Just terrorizing anybody who tries to do anything on financial services. And
can you give me an example?
Well, you can see that debanking. This is where a lot of debanking comes from is these agents. So debanking, you as a person, your company, are literally kicked out of the banking system.
Like they did to Kanye.
Exactly. Like they did Kanye. My partner Ben's father has been debanked.
Really?
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah, for having politics. For saying things. Under current banking regulations, here's a great thing. Under current banking regulations, after all the reforms in the last 20 years, there's now a category called politically exposed person. PEP. If you are a PEP, you are required by financial regulators to kick them off to kick them out of your bank.
What?
You're not allowed
If you're politically on the left.
Well, that's fine.
No.
because they're not politically exposed.
So no one on the left gets debanked?
I've not heard of a single instance of anyone on the left getting debanked.
Can you tell me what the person that you know did? What they said that got them debanked?
Oh, well, Dan is right wing. He's pro-Trump. I mean, he said all kinds of things. He's been very anti-Islamic terrorism. He's been very worried about migration and all these things.
And they debanked him.
Yeah, they debanked him. So you get kicked out of your bank account. You get kicked out. You can't do credit card transactions. But by the way, you can't run a well, exactly. So this is the thing. And so then you run this thing like, well, there's no. This is where the government and companies get intertwined. Back to your fascism point, which is there's a constitutional amendment that says the government can't restrict your speech, but there's no constitutional amendment that says the government can't debank you, right? And so they can't do the one thing, they do the other thing, and that they don't have to do banking, they just have to put pressure on the private company banks to do it, and then the private company banks do it because they're expected to. But the government has to say, we didn't do it. It was the private company. And of course, the market can decide who they want to have as customers, of course, right? Because they're a private company. And so it's this sleight of hand that happens. So it's basically a privatized sanctions regime that lets bureaucrats do to American citizens the same thing that we do to Iran.
Wow.
Just kick you out of the banking system. And so this has been happening to all the crypto entrepreneurs in the last 4 years. This has been happening to a lot of the fintech entrepreneurs, and if you're trying to start any kind of new banking service, because you're trying to protect the big banks. And then this has been happening, by the way, also in legal fields of economic activity that they don't like. So a lot of this started about 15 years ago with this thing called Operation Checkpoint, where they decided to, as marijuana started to become legal, as prostitution started to become legal, and then guns, which there's always a fight about. Under the Obama administration, they started to debank legal marijuana businesses, escort businesses, and then gun shops, just your gun manufacturers, just like you're done, you're out of the banking system. And so if you're running a medical marijuana dispensary in college, guess what? You're doing your business all in cash. Because you literally can't get a bank account. You can't get a Visa terminal. You can't process transactions. You can't do payroll. You can't do direct deposit. You can't get insurance. Like, none of that stuff is available. Even sanctions, none of that stuff is available. And then this administration is extending that concept to apply it to tech founders, crypto founders, and then just generally political opponents. So, yeah, so that's been like super pernicious.
I wasn't aware of
that. 100%. It's called Operation Checkpoint 1.0 was 15 years ago against the pot and guns. Checkpoint 2.0 is primarily against the political enemies and then to their disfavored tech startups. And it's hit the tech, like we've harmed them 35 years back in the last 4 years.
Really?
Yeah. It's been a big path. This is one of the reasons why we ended up supporting Trump. It's like we can't live in this world. We can't live in a world where somebody starts a company that's a completely legal thing and they literally get sanctioned, right, and embarked by the United States government through a completely unaccountable move. By the way, no due process. None of this is written out. There's no rules. There's no court. There's no decision process. There's no appeal. Who do you appeal to, right? Like, who do you go to get your bank account back, right? And there's also the forfeiture side of it, which is right the other side, and that doesn't happen to us, but that happens to people in a lot of places now who get arrested, and all of a sudden the state takes the money.
Yeah, so that happens to people to get pulled over and they have a large amount of cash in some states.
Right, or they'll be well publicized examples of like there's like there'll be some investigation of like safe deposit boxes, and the next thing you know the feds have seized all the contents of the safe deposit boxes, and that stuff never gets returned. And so it's this, and this is what this is what Trump says the deep state. I like we describe it as it's administrative power. It's political power being administered not through legislation, right? So there's no law that covers this. It's not through regulation, right? There's nothing you can't go sue or anything to fix this. It's not through any kind of court judgment. It's just raw power. It's just raw administrative power. It's the government, politicians just deciding that things be a certain way, and then they just apply pressure and make it work.
So what happens to those 30 tech people that you know?
Start to go into a different field, like try to do something different, and try to get complete Try to get out of try to get away from the sorry. Try to get out of whatever zone that got you into this and applying for new bank accounts at different banks and hope that it's the client will say, oh, okay, we checked. It's now all right.
Whoa.
If there's no,
So what do they do with their money?
you got to go to cash.
You go to cash.
Yeah.
So where do you?
Your mattress. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
That is so insane. So if someone has $30 million in the bank and they get debanked,
This hurts. You know, I don't know, go overseas somewhere.
Holy shit!
Yeah. It just happens. And again, it's really important. There's no fingerprints. Like there's no person.
There's no stick above the strings.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It just happens. And we can trace it back because we understand exactly. You know, we know the politicians involved and how the agencies work and how the pressures are applied, and we know that these banks get phone calls and so forth. And so we can we understand the flow of power as it happens. But when you're on the receiving end of this, your specific instance of it, you can't trace it back.
So what are the instances? Like, what is the company? What are they trying to do? How do they run afoul?
Well, all the crypto startups in the last basically 4 years. So the crypto thing got really, so everybody got excited and began to tease and like all that stuff, and then it just stopped.
Yeah.
And the reason it stopped is because basically every crypto founder, every startup, they either got debanked personally and forced out of the industry, or their company got debanked and so they couldn't be operating, or they got prosecuted and charged, or they got threatened with being charged. This is a fun twist. This is a fun little twist. The SEC sort of has been trying to kill the crypto industry under Biden, and this has been a big issue for us because we're the biggest crypto startup industry. The SEC can investigate you, they can subpoena you, they can prosecute you, they can do all these things, but they don't have to do any of those things to really damage you. All they have to do is they issue what's called a Wells notice, and the Wells notice is a notification that you may be charged at some point in the future. Like you're like on notice that you might be doing something wrong and it might be coming after you at some point in the future.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
Terrifying. That's
yes, the eye of Sauron is on you. Okay.
Yeah.
Now trying to be a company with a Wells notice doing business with anybody else.
Oh my God.
Right. Try to work with a big company to try to get access to a bank. Try to do.
So that's when they support DEI initiatives. Yeah.
Well, then the SEC under Biden became a direct application of exactly so DEI. They did a lot with that, and then all the ESG stuff. And ESG is a very malleable concept, and they piled all kinds of requirements into that. So through this process, the SEC could basically essentially dictate what companies do with no accountability at all. Like there are hearings where they get yelled at, but nothing changed. Nothing happened in the hearing that would change anything. Wow. It's just the raw application of power. Right. And so
this is your friend. This has happened to.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And we had an employee who got debanked because he had crypto in his job title. He was doing crypto policy for us, and his bank booted him because he.
That's it.
Because they did a screen across. That's what they told us. They did a screen across their customer base.
Just anyone with crypto.
Because anybody with crypto became a politically exposed person. Because crypto was politically controversial. Right.
That's so.
You hear this sometimes as like these terms, compliance, reputation management, tone at the top. They have these lovely sounding terms that make it sound like everybody's going to be a Chinese citizen. What they're code for is destroy the industry. Like bring the hammer of God and the bank and government or whoever or the social media, bring it down and just like crush the individual.
Wow.
With no good process. And look, there's an argument in the long run that this is all unconstitutional because the Constitution gives us all the right to due process and this is government pressure. And that's
right.
So like there's probably a Supreme Court case in 5 years that's going to find retroactively that this was all illegal. But in the moment, you're the guy who's been debanked.
Right. And then also the potential that if you do challenge them in court and lose, the repercussions would be even heavier.
100%.
Why is it really worth your effort? Yeah. Is it worth the risk?
That's right.
Especially if you've already had your life upended. You ready to do it again? And you barely built yourself back up?
Yeah. So this is, and I think this is important context where like when Elon and I talk about like reducing regulation, there's two ways of thinking about reducing regulation.
Yo, what's going on, dude? How are you?
Food's going to get poisoned. Right. Now,
Sounds good, my man.
But the other way to think about it is examples like this, which is just raw government power being applied to ordinary people who are just trying to live their lives or just trying to do something legitimate, and they're just on the wrong side of something. The power
might be something. Well, there's something that isn't illegal, but they don't want to be done, like crypto,
or have the trucker.
How you living, pimp?
Trucker strike up in Canada.
Yeah.
Was even
Yeah. Adding a bot to this Discord. You ready to get your ass kicked? Oh, for sure, dog. Dog, I don't think you're going to win a single game. Hold on. I don't think I'm going to lose a single game. We'll put it that way. Right. Is it going to cause us to moon? Okay, I gotcha. All right. Well, we have people who are watching this podcast. You and I are going to play. I'm going to send you an invite, but just in case you're wondering why I've still got that going.
truckers physically showing up.
That's why.
It was something like step 1 was they take away your driver's license, which, by the way, right, is just somebody pressing a button on the keyboard. No more driver's license. Step 2 is they take away your insurance, and step 3 is they take away your kids. Right, and so like that was their version of this, and that was a very specific.
Take away your kids.
That was the threat at the end for truckers in the Canada trucker strike, because the trucker strike in Canada was going to jam up in cities. It was the farmers, the truckers were very serious. They wanted to. They were doing a non-violent protest, but they wanted to stall the cities to be able to exert political pressure back.
You have an invitation.
Right. The government was like, "We'll tolerate it for a little while. Then we'll take your trucker license. Then we'll take your insurance. Then we'll take your kids." And
how do they say they would take the kids?
Because it's administrative power. Like you can't. Right, the theory that you can't let these aren't.
Do you see that you have an invitation?
Calgary, preventing services from reaching people, right? Putting people's lives at risk.
Yellow.
Child seizure. Now I don't know if they actually seize any kids, but it's just an example of there's an agency.
Zoot, do you see you have an invitation?
If they want to,
well, they were there to the trucker camp.
Okay.
That's right, which is even crazier. That's right. Not even people who were there. People who were opposed to mandates that Trudeau's administration was imposing on people, and so they donated to these truckers, and then they got their bank accounts taken away, which is really crazy.
And so, I think the right way to think about this is when we think about totalitarianism.
Dog, you ready for this? Do you know how to mute it?
With like and guns and
We're gonna play 5 games, and I'm gonna win all 5 of them. Now you may tie me or some other bullshit, but 5 in a row. You ready for this?
Rules and power. Just simply suppresses it.
You click on it, and then say mute.
And that is the good news is they're not coming up and beating up in the middle of the night. The bad news is like you are under their complete control, and they can do whatever they want to you that doesn't involve physical violence, which basically includes the entire aspect of every aspect of how you actually manage your life and support your family.
You click on it and press mute.
And most people aren't even aware of it.
Yeah, that's right. And then these are individual one-off things. Most people don't have a voice. It's very hard to
Do you see it?
And by the way, if there's an organization that organizes to try to get these stories out, then itself can get.
If not, if you don't see mute, turn it down all the way.
Right, so you went, so the lockdown went from 2 weeks to first.
Zoot, you missed your shot.
It's like, okay, what the hell, right? And then there were these protests that were forming up, nonviolent protests that were forming up to protest lockdowns. And I argue that it's issued different ways, but people have a legitimate right to protest for that, just like they do for anything else. And the next thing you know is all the lockdown protests all got censored, like whoop, gone. Right, and so at that point, like the normal process of being able to try to get redress from your government, right, to enforce your rights, so really, for example, since your family all of a sudden you can't even organize a protest.
Do you?
Zoot, it's your turn.
of what happened with the FTX crisis, because one of the things that happened with the FTX thing was it was revealed that I think they were the number 2 donor to the Democratic Party. Do you think that is sort of a preemptive measure to avoid any of this debanking, financially invested in these people, so they're not going to come out to it?
That was explicitly his strategy. That was Sam's. Yeah, Sam's approach. Sam's approach is just pay everybody. So Sam's approach is just, I have $8 billion of customer funds that I can use for whatever I want, right? Which is the crime,
right?
And then a big part of what he used, some of it he used to like hang out with celebrities and get Tom and Giselle to endorse FTX and the Larry David commercial and all this stuff.
Right.
And a lot of that, something like $150 million of that money went to basically just pay politicians. And a lot of that money was paid to politicians with no compliance at all with all the campaign finance regulations that the rest of us all have to comply with. And so the money was just shot out the door.
How come they don't have to comply?
Well, it was illegal because he was breaking the law. I mean, it was to be clear, he was illegal. Now, a very funny thing happened, which is when he was indicted by the U.S. government, they ended up not charging him on campaign finance fraud, and because they'd have to give all the money back. Well, so there's 2 theories on it. The thing that they said was their extradition agreement with Bermuda threatened to not extradite him if they charged him on that charge, which is like super weird because you're the United States of America. You can probably get the guy. Number 2, you really want to stay in a prison in Bermuda, right? And so that was all weird. And then look, there's no evidence for this, but the other theory is whoever powers that be to decide these things in DC decided to not open it. It's like finance. Like there are certain boxes, that are better not to open.
Well, the campaign finance thing, wouldn't they have to pay it back?
So then there's this like panic. The minute one of these scandals breaks like that, there's this panic rush. All of a sudden, politicians discover philanthropic causes they can donate the money to. Right. And then in the fullness of time, the trustees might come from.
No way.
So there's it'll play out however it goes, but it is interesting. It is a great example of it was the shotgun law into the system under basically making the breaking the law, and then look, he's in prison already, whatever, it just would have been another sentence, but he did break the law, and he was not actually charged on that prosecution that happened, and probably sitting for well.
Well, it's really fascinating. He was right, and if they didn't come, he would have gotten all the money to those people. He would, but it seems like it kind of turned around, right? It did. Well, he still did something illegal.
He did.
Did he know it was illegal?
He is in prison. I think it's really hard to get inside that guy's head.
Yeah.
I don't know that I can represent his mental state.
He'd be a fascinating podcast guest if he was out.
He flopped very hard to flop. So he had an explanation, but the jury didn't buy it.
What was his explanation?
That he was, all the money was all being invested, and he was going to give it all back, and it was all this, and and then all these complicated theories around all this effective altruism, and this and that, and everything. And the prosecution was like, it was the customer's money, it wasn't their money.
Right. Clearly.
That's my favorite hole.
Well, there's also amphetamines involved, which definitely tend to skew your judgment. And him and that lady were sort of proponents of amphetamine.
And they were taking some anti-Parkinson's, but they were taking as a side effect of reducing your risk.
Dopamine agonist.
Yeah, one of those.
Yeah, agree.
Something like that. He had these patches.
Wow.
He was taking these patches.
That makes you do wild shit. That also makes people gamble.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a guy who won a lawsuit from GlaxoSmithKline because he took Reequip and became a gay sex and gambling addict. Yeah, I think they paid him the equivalent of 500,000+ American dollars. I believe it was in Ireland. Yeah, the dopamine agonists were weird. They
what a great shot!
If that happened to me, I would definitely sue.
That's crazy that those guys were taking those things.
So at least Sam was.
Boy, what a wild fella.
Yeah, exactly.
Confirmed. Wears an MSAM patch. What's an MSAM patch? He's supposed to use the depression medication. His supposed use of the depression medication had kicked up some rumors. So that's the stuff? Is that Parkinson's?
I think that was.
Is that a dopamine agonist? Does it say? Yeah. See, put dopamine agonist. Yeah. Interesting.
Quit with that.
Interesting. How does it say how it works? Commonly used for depression. How does it work?
Okay. There. Yeah. Used to treat mental depression in adults. This medicine is sledgeling.
Not bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's sledgeling. Sledgeling is also, people take that as
Oh,
well
shoot.
as a nootropic.
Terrible shot.
Sledgeling. Sledgeling? I think it's like.
Terrible shot.
I knew a doctor who was taking that. He was taking it, but not. And he said it was a nootropic. So monoamine oxidase inhibitor. So that's the stuff. That's what.
Let's see it.
Ayahuasca orally active.
Oh, thank you.
Same thing. Monoamine oxidase inhibitor along with the plant, which is not normally orally active. So this guy, if
it's a very difficult shot for you.
MAO inhibitors, he was out of his fucking mind, guaranteed. Because I know people who've taken like prescription grade MAO inhibitors and then taken mushrooms, and literally it's never came. Like got to the point where for weeks they were fucked up, and then when they did come back, they were like, I almost lost it. Like I was almost gone. Like like
that's one win, folks.
Like never coming back. Shine on you.
1 of 5.
Gone.
1 of 5. I already called the wins. It's too easy.
Money is taking those kinds of and what?
That's what I want to hear.
Wonderful, like Hitler.
I don't think it's possible.
Once again, that's Hitler. That's so crazy.
And psychological changes that Ozempic causes?
No, but I did read that it makes your heart shrink.
Well, there's some theory to that, which is very concerning. But there's a fair amount of evidence that it resolves.
Oh no!
Certain drug addiction and conditions. Current theory is that what it does is it essentially increases your self-control, your self-discipline.
Oh no! Water bottle.
Wow. And there's a theory that this is very positive. Let's say this.
Oh no!
They think right now, we'll see, but that's what they think.
I really fucked myself.
Positive is the theory that if we were all responsible in our lives, we will be more successful.
Wow, he takes his first lead.
Counter argument would be like
unbelievable. Now you're rolling, and you get first shot.
Creativity,
yes.
Impulsiveness,
yes.
And variety,
yes.
And maybe we're all going to get into a channel,
right?
For that itself.
Yeah, you can't have everybody disciplined. You have to have wild fuckers out there. You have to have your jelly rolls of the world. You have to have your crazy people. They're fun.
Yeah.
They make things more interesting.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's essentially discipline in a pill form.
Yeah. Go.
Recently started to prescribe it to alcoholics.
Oh, not as badly as I did. I hit the cow.
Like the most success for people with addictions. It's illegal.
Go.
Go and go to these advocacy retreats. It's apparently, I haven't done it, but it's apparently this insane introspective journey it's not something that's addictive in any way, shape, or form. Almost everyone says it's a very uncomfortable experience, but you gain unbelievable insight into what is wrong.
Stop.
You want to pick up heroin.
Stop.
What's going on in there that you're trying to escape? What is, and it recognizes.
Thank you.
It actually stops people
go
from having addictive cravings, and it rewires the way they think about things. Particularly beneficial to veterans. A lot of veterans who've just seen too much and come over, they're all fucked up.
That shot,
they
big
don't
shot.
Have any way to straighten their brain out, and they've had tremendous benefits using that. With
yes, you did.
All these different types of weight loss. Diabetic drugs. I side effects.
What's your idea, big dog?
When I've talked to people.
Oh, what a miss!
Like my friend Brigham Bueller, who runs Waste Well. He's concerned.
You did the same thing I did, except just a little bit better.
Just and he's like, these people, they need some fucking help.
Oh, what a shot.
Yes. Okay, we all agree to that.
I need that lead.
But if you've got 500 pounds, you're in a bad state and you need some help. And maybe there's a way
with maybe strength training. One of the things
there we go.
Density.
Make it. Make it take it, baby. Make it take it.
If you're going to get on Ozempic,
all right, there we go.
Which is that might be
starting to get the lead. Starting to. Oh, this is a tough hole.
There's certainly that's.
By the way, there's a ton of R&D going into these drugs right now, so there's a way. These things.
Hope that we could develop something where no one can ever be obese again. That would be really interesting. I mean, maybe this is just the first step.
No way.
This, right? And then, like, these are crude versions of what will ultimately be a very comprehensive way of addressing an issue like that.
So the other thing I'd say, so I've been down in Florida the last couple of weeks, working on some of the stuff happening down there, and one of the things I learned is that RFK is really in charge of health for the country. He's really in charge. Working with the president, and he, for all the controversy around some of his positions, like he's, this whole
just efficiency. You can call me efficiency. No way. Oh, what a very good shot. That didn't make it. Another win. Another win.
There's this concept in psychology called
Uh-oh, you got a chance. This is a hard hole.
It's like everyone, but all of a sudden there's a tipping point. All of a sudden it's like obvious, and all of a sudden everybody agrees on it.
Yes.
And this feels like.
Yeah, and it's a huge advantage to go first. Oh, you fucked up, son.
Like, no, like this action. We're on the road to hell.
Oh,
maybe it gets fixed.
I fucked. Let's see what you got. You fucked up.
I've been very encouraged that. Like,
yeah, you did big time, dog.
And not just by the.
Man, I fucked up too. No one's going to score in this hole.
Sort of a shift in
you're going to fuck up. And you did.
That being something you should strive
this is a difficult hole.
That's coming too. I think that's happening right now.
No, you're not.
For me, is when I run into someone, they were to get through.
Let's see what you got.
From listening to about so talked to so many people who lost 100 pounds.
Not what you wanted to do.
They're exercising regularly. They eat.
Look at this move.
It's one of my.
I don't think so. Hey, Sir Smoke a Lot, you want to play? Mini golf? No, it's miniature golf. Miniature. It's not on Xbox, dog. It's on a phone.
Yeah, Bill Gates should get jacked. That would be good.
Okay, you do, baby.
Oh, dude. Not only am I whooping his ass, but I'm whooping his ass 5 games in a row. I just beat him. You ready again, Zoo? You ready? Here we go, Zoo.
And if they're not like
Zoot, you are losing 2 games to none.
Yeah, we're taking a picture. I'm like, dude, Jack. You're fucking Jack, dude. Yeah. Works out all the time at Gold's Gym in Venice. There we go. Jeans on. Awesome. Works out with jeans on.
That's old school.
I don't get that.
That's amazing.
That seems weird. It seems like it gets in the way of your squats. And this one, like Origin jeans. It's got a lot of stretchy fabric to it.
What a beautiful shot.
To get stretchy jeans, but even then. Put some shorts on, like, what are you doing, man?
That's like prison yard credibility. It's fantastic.
It is a little street trendy. Wearing Timberlands.
Yes.
Timberlands and a pair of jeans and doing your squats. It's kind of crazy.
Exactly.
But the promotion of health is like, I don't know how anybody could be against that. Do you want more energy? You want more vitality in your life?
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
Like, you're body's race car,
yep.
And you could choose if you work hard enough to jack up the horsepower. You can make better brakes. You can have a better fuel injection system, like the whole thing. Got it. Vehicle for propelling you through this life. It'll give you more energy for creativity, more energy for your family, more energy for your hobbies, your recreation.
Make it Zoot.
With your friends. You'll literally have more energy as a human, which is what we all like. Nobody likes waking up and feeling like shit. I mean,
all right, we're tied after one hole.
A few drinks, and You wake up in the morning like, why do
I don't like
I
this
want to
whole.
do this again. Why did I do this to myself? And then you can't wait for the day when you feel better. Like you drink your electrolytes, you get your sleep, do whatever the fuck you can. You're like, I'll be over this soon.
Not good. Not good at all, Zoo.
Everybody likes having more energy. It's better for you. And we can promote that as a society. And this RFK Jr. appointment is a really big step in that direction. It's really never happened before.
That's right. You have to go back to like literally the JFK had a program like this in like 1962.
Yeah. Well, Michelle Obama did for a bit, right?
A little bit, although that was like vegetarian,
Oh, was she saying vegetarian?
Vegetarian, but I will air.
Oh, look at that shot,
It's
Zoo.
so dumb. I can't wait until they can figure out the.
You have to. Let's see it. Let's see it.
They've demonstrated intelligence and allocation of resources through mycelium.
Thank you.
There's a lot of stuff that we know now.
Oh no, we just tied.
And I think they're all conscious. I think everything's conscious.
Yeah, I think we need to make an audio recording.
All right, Zoo, you ready for?
Just the flavor profile of all the plants around it. They've done this because there's a phenomenon when giraffes, if they're upwind.
How'd you like that, Zoo?
As the wind comes down.
Yes, I did.
Come up with this phyto.
Oh, Zoo, what are you doing?
And the giraffes will literally starve because they won't eat trees. And through communication, they're preventing war. They're being attacked by mammals. And
That cow's in the way.
Attack, and nature has provided them with this mechanism to do that. Which is
Rabbi takes the lead.
So
lead of this game.
So
it's
one
3-2.
It became unhealthy is because the government put itself. High fructose corn syrup was an artifact.
All right, well,
right?
That's life in the big city, baby.
World War II because we needed food
at one time. Like by the way.
There you go. That's a good shot, though. Shot.
The USDA is to promote the U.S. agriculture, specifically, and they also do the food pyramid for all those decades, where we're supposed to eat carbs and not protein and fat, was because of this responsible agriculture and then
get there. Get there.
Trade of pressure.
Perfect. Perfect shot.
It's our byproduct of corn, as opposed to sugar.
Right.
And as we now know,
oh, psych.
That was like literal poison. Absolutely a ruinous decision. Just terrible.
So I'm here, and she was a mechanism by which high fructose corn syrup encourages. It's essentially like.
Let's see what you got.
Thing. Bears would eat like a bunch of berries to get fat for the winter. It's like these high fructose corn syrup encourages you. So,
yeah, we were not supposed to be eating this. Like,
right.
This was not supposed to. It would not have
especially
happened.
drinking.
So it would not have happened had the government not made it happen. And so it traces directly back to a government decision to do that. Now they didn't, of course, they didn't understand the consequences, but that's kind of the point, which is they interfered with that. So that's.
I'm ready.
It's like, all right, like 40 years later, and you're still doing it.
That looks good.
Right. And then at some
Psych.
point, you know the consequences.
It looked good until you adjusted it. And Rabbi gets another win. I'm guaranteed to win this game.
Right. And literally,
I'm more than halfway home. This is your favorite fucking hole, though. And it's one of my worst. Oh, maybe the best drive on this hole of all time. On that one, yeah. Zoot.
And they also have RJ Reynolds. All these food
I don't think so. I think I'm very good. In fact, I think I've beaten you 2 games straight. And after this next shot, it will be 3 games straight.
Super unhealthy food on people, or at least selling super unhealthy. Which I think you should be allowed.
3 games straight.
For that. But I do think we should be like much more aware why this stuff.
You ready, Zoot?
Well, then you get these other, we're going.
Dog, I told you I was going to win 5 in a row.
Like, okay. Little kids have no control over this to end up on the receiving end. Right. 300 pounds by the time you're 18.
Right, and cheaper than other food.
Because they're subsidized.
Right.
Because they're subsidized.
Dude, that was amazing.
And you have this very perverse outcome where you have these government officials who've been standing up there for 40 years saying, we're protecting you, and what's been happening is like,
yeah.
And so it's like stuff like it just needs to.
So,
right.
What would they be able to do to mitigate a lot of these issues? Like, how would they, if you want to?
Oh, got me on this hole.
Subsidizing, like, and what would,
doesn't matter. You got it.
3 things, 2 of which involve direct action, and then the third. One is you can just stop.
That's correct.
You can stop doing things.
It's all right. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
No, you can parallel. If you want to clean up the university,
it's all right. I've won 3 games. I'm down 5.
And then 2, there may be a
you are not good at this hole.
And so
that's not the right way. Trees. Trees.
Can't get them food assistance programs. So
water.
Kids who have no control over it and not be poisoned.
I think that's a very good shot.
The thing is culture. Like,
I hope so.
Culture. It's which, like,
right.
What's the value system?
Right.
What are the role models?
Right.
I'm trying.
Inspired to do. Also, what form of
Zoot, look at this.
fact studies, like everything, right? Right.
Thank you, friends.
But it's a
look at this.
It's not that the
Zoot. Tied up, Zoot.
Yeah. And so it both hit us like this and basically say, yeah, no, this. I have.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
For being fat, but boy, does that work.
You should say parents.
People that are ignorant as
absolutely,
and they're being fed bullshit.
100%. And yes, but again, it's also cultural, which is just like, okay, like is the mainstream media not going to get right?
Let's see it happen, dog.
Yeah.
Right. So we get the real answer, particularly those of us to be able to send messages that a lot of people hear.
So that will help. That will help move the needle. And but what's okay?
Thank you, sir.
Once he actually
short. Oh, he made. All right, tied after 3 holes. Oh, anything can happen here.
What kind of push matches you're going to be against that? Like that seems like
So
everyone sucks at it, so I don't know how you.
Harry's like he will be doing formal. The Doge.
Zoot, let's see what you can do.
Yeah, there will be some convergence between. We'll see. There's potential here for dramatic action on a lot of these fronts.
See, and you have to have a Elon.
No.
And you got to open
it was not. It was not good.
Like Office Space with the Brown and the Pops console.
Now that is a good shot.
I think there's a
man. It was good, and then it sucked.
Yes. So there was another key about 2 years ago, actually 2.5 years. Actually,
Stop.
It literally, this guy had just been promoted from engineering to run the company, and then like a month later, he ends up training.
Oh, Zoot might take the lead here. Oh, what a great shot.
Elon Musk says he rewatched Office Space to prepare for Doge.
Oh, you are so fortunate.
We're so lucky that guy's around.
So you can't lose now.
Twitter takeover. Elon sends this email. And he says the line is what.
Like I told you.
Statement, because a lot of Silicon Valley companies take months or years to do anything. Imagine that. Oh my. Like accelerate. And what have you? Yes. It's actually a guy just work for Elon or his AI. Is that Elon? Each person had a 5-minute speaking slot to explain to them what they were doing. Wow. For real. So think about what that meant. Every employee had an opportunity. Working on. Every employee had an opportunity to be recognized for their effort. Every employee had an opportunity to get live feedback from the big company.
I don't think so. Oh, not when you put the ball there.
It is for a company to be run that way. Right. But even again, the Valley companies generally are quite well run by sort of business.
Oh no, I fucked myself. I fucked myself.
Now imagine that.
This is the kind of thing. There's no law that there's no reason they can't.
Look at that. Move the big ball.
The Constitution says you can't do that. It's a choice. Part of these what's going to get wrong, and there's no reason why.
Nope, it's over. Rabbi streak is done.
Back against even the concept of this by leftists. So leftists, government, wild to watch, which they really shouldn't be doing, which is a weird thing. My hope is to figure out how to do.
No, I've had worse.
It's just an ideological thing, like the right wants this, so we oppose it.
Blast it.
I think
Get that ball out of the way.
Like I think 50 years ago they would have been on the other side of this issue. Like no chance.
Zoot gets his first win. It is 3 games.
But I think today's leftists think they control the government, which
we're ready.
Washington D.C. voted 94% for Kamala, 6% for Trump. That is data point number 4. Biggest counties in the country are subject to Washington D.C. Wow, lobbyists. Yeah, they don't beltway bandits. Yeah. And these aren't from right. These are people's money. And the Democrats have wedged themselves in a position where they're defending. Figure. Right, the correct mentality on this.
Need as much money. People can be taxed less. Need more out towards these social programs that we all want.
You know, most federal workers never came in. Yeah, they work.
Most.
Yeah, like a very large percentage, something like half, just literally just never came back. We'll draw a paycheck, they're still in their jobs, but literally they're not in the office. Or in some cases, they have there's one agency there are agencies of the federal government whose workforces are both civil servants, full civil service protections, and unionized.
Yo, big dog.
But they both have civil service protections. Civil service protections. It's just a thing. And the union negotiated the return to the office from COVID, and the agreement was you have to be in the office 1 day a month. Whoa! And actually, what the pattern now is what they do is the employees come in on the last day of the month and the first day of the following month. So they only have to be there for 2 days.
For 2 months.
Out of 60 days.
That's great.
What a great shot.
The consequence, many of them have actually left the area, right? Because they get their government paycheck, which is calibrated from the convention. Someplace nice, but it's cheaper, and they have a bigger house. And in theory, they're working from home, but like,
why isn't it 75%?
Is it actually happening? So, and this is one of the. house. The thing is, you can work from home, just not for the federal government. Right. Yeah. And so when people are talking about like, is the Doge going to be
No.
As a taxpayer, how do you
76 is too much.
You know, to your point on paying taxes, like if those in the country better. Right.
Wow, I got that on 2 shots. It's tough to beat.
And that's how much oversight has there been on whether or not they?
Oh, almost.
Yeah.
You almost did.
There are ways to figure this out. So, for example, for many jobs where you have access, like you have VPNs to get into the corporate network, you can actually audit, and you can see who's. There's a. Do you know about mouse wigglers? Yes.
Let's see what you got.
Physical mouse wiggler. So it's a physical device.
That's a.
And a friend of mine who runs a big tech company, he just had like a nagging feeling in the back. So, myself on the weekend,
You get in 2 shots, dude.
Employees for a week, and then
No. Wait, that's gonna hit the wall. That's the shot. Oh, get in.
How crazy is that? The mouse is.
You're good.
Just a
Zoom.
pattern of blueprint of the mouse.
Nice. Zoom ties it up. It comes down to hole 5.
Do you agree to?
Oh, I do too.
Working? Like, how do you get access to mouse?
So in corporate, it's
Oh, you almost fucking hit it in, but you actually ended up helping me.
Wow. So that's actually reasonable. I heard the most ridiculous argument against this. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with hubcap stealing illegal? Like, what are you talking about?
It's a very difficult shot, Zoo.
Tax dollars. If they really are doing something that's totally useless, and we're wasting enormous amounts of money.
Oh, what a terrible miss!
The argument that what are you going to do if those people can't do that anymore is really crazy. And people are more than capable. You don't have to infantilize someone to say, like, this is the only thing they're capable of doing. They worked for the government for 20 years. All
multiple knock-on effects, positive knock-on effects. If you can cut government spending, there's multiple. You can cut the taxes, and you could just the private economy can just have more money because it hasn't been taken. And so, if there's less public spending, there will be more private spending. Right, because the money reallocates. And so there might be just as much demand in the economy. It's just coming from people choosing to buy things instead of the government forcing it. So that's number one. Number two, you can bring down government debt, which means you can bring down government interest. And the government today, the federal government today pays more in interest than we pay for the Department of Defense.
Right, but how much of that is salary?
No, that's just interest on debt. Right. That's just interest on the old debt. Okay. Number, which is just interest on debt. It's not paying for it. Government interest payments are like 1.2.
Wow.
I think that's the correct
Let's
number.
see what you've got.
So 1.2 trillion.
You ran out of time, son.
No tax. Nobody's benefit. Just interest payments.
You ran out of time. Or did my game freeze?
40 trillion. It's much larger than that, but like still, it's enough.
I think my game froze.
And
Is it my turn?
The total debt is 35 trillion. Really debt every 100 days.
I think my game froze.
Yes.
Oh my god, it hurts my head.
There's a congressman actually.
My turn.
You should. He's the one. He's an MIT. He's one of the only libertarians. He's an MIT engineer, and he actually designed himself.
You're right.
Pocket lapel pin calculator of the government.
Take the window. Take the
He walks with a little scrolling.
God.
On his
Wow,
account.
Zoot,
It
3-2.
It counts the data. It's accurate. It's pulling data from the U.S. Treasury, and it's actually an accurate count. So it's like 34 trillion, 35 trillion, 36 billion. Current pace.
Yeah.
In the foreseeable future.
Let's see it.
How much anxiety do you get standing around and looking at that?
That's his goal, right? He wants to let this happen. Oh, right. And so anyway, so another way you benefit is reduction of interest. And then another way you benefit is reduction of interest rates. If you bring down the amount of debt in the economy, you bring down interest rates. And then
you're welcome.
Anybody who ever borrows money,
hit my ball.
therefore is better off.
Right. This is the argument.
No way.
Only good for
anybody who ever gets
ready for this to just go right in. Just put this fucking ball right in the hole. No way.
Discussion of it, like the argument.
Make it. Make it. You have to get it in. Let's see it. It's possible.
Make Trump supporter.
Fuck you.
It's going to ruin the middle class, ruin the lower class. Everyone else is going to suffer.
So just observationally, almost.
That's not a good shot.
Is the configuration. So the Democratic Party is the top and the bottom.
Hit my ball, Zoot.
So this is what you might call the sort of upper middle class coastal elites. So it's everybody who went to fancy schools, everybody with the fancy jobs. For sure, me, like it's your grandfather did.
Yeah.
Right. But it's like you know, it's like fancy. It's like high net worth, high income people with primarily knowledge working jobs. Right. So some people, professor.
No fucking way, dude.
Programmer, right? Database expert, like. You know, accountant, banker, like all the sort of jobs.
Stop.
Like, you know, the what you call the
get in.
Right. So
get in.
It's they call the Rainbow Coalition, right? So it's the minority groups. Assembly of low income, recent immigrants, and so forth, right? So that's the Democratic.
Oh, I kind of fucked you though.
Our era, Republicans are. It's
you're gonna hit my ball.
Middle class. You know, it's all the people who don't have the fancy degrees and are doing all the.
You fuck, dog.
Right. So it's everybody from restaurateur, truck drivers.
Yeah, they did. Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
Like everybody who goes to work 9 to 5 has a job, probably. You know,
thanks, big dog.
Labor, like real labor, actual labor, calluses on the hands. So kind of.
You don't like that shot?
All those things are, and then Democrats are concentrated in New York and California, and on the coast, which is where all the symbolic, you know, creative. So what's
like this?
So the weird thing.
Oh man!
Liberalism, progressivism started like 100 years ago. And now what's
I didn't block you. Beautiful shot.
Has out, and then you saw that in this one, where the union leadership, a lot of cases. And the data point I remember is the Teamsters voted 70% for Trump.
What do you think the motivation of all these wealthy people to vote for Kamala Harris was?
Because they feel great. Because they're saving the world. It's amazing. To be in charge and
Zoot takes the lead.
Decide how everything works. And decide
I hate this hole.
And, like you're elite. So you feel like what you're doing is on behalf.
What an amazing shot!
You know, there are times it's just it's either I've only asked two arguments. It's either how evil are Republicans or how innocent and helpless are or identity groups, right? And so oppositional force, and then but we're the party of good with the capital G because we're taking care of all these poor marginal. So it's a very compelling.
Yeah, big dog.
Right. Just so
yeah, I ran it like perpendicular and bounced it off the wall.
Yeah, working very hard. Right. And then you're completely isolated away from the lived experience of just normal people, which is the state that I myself in, where
it would never even occur to you to talk to a garbage man or to somebody, running a restaurant or whatever, but it's just like,
what a terrible miss.
Crime rates. Right. People in a safe neighborhood. Right. You're against the wall of the border. So
not even close. You're not even close to getting it through here.
Right. And then the media is constantly reinforcing it.
Go. Just a fucking perfect shot. Just a fucking perfect shot, Zoom.
The waiter and then the Hillary Clinton speech. These things, and like how much of the reluctance is there?
Well, so from 2017 to 2020, I was just trying to figure out what the hell's going on, and then COVID.
Zoom, you ready for this shot?
COVID, and,
do you think I should? I'm not going to go for it in 2. I need the win.
And we have hundreds of startups. Keep them afloat.
I'm for sure going to win, dog.
But really, really the big thing with the Biden administration is like they just come straight at us, making it straight at our founders.
I was very fortunate on that one with the on the last hole to get through in one shot. That's what was make it, dude. Oh my! You almost fucking made it. There we go. That's a win for the big dog. All right, you ready? Here we go. The final game for everything, for all the marbles.
Think about it as the same dynamics that cause censorship to happen on social media will also going to happen in AI. And so there's a couple steps. So one is you just want a small number of companies that do AI because you want to be able to put them in headlock and control them. So you basically want to have a government. You want to bless a small set of large companies with a cartel and set up a regulatory structure where those companies are intertwined with the government. And then you want to prevent startups from being able to enter that cartel.
And how would they do that?
That's the threat.
Look how good this shot is. Oh, psych.
So the way
not good at all.
Many times for hundreds of years, this is like a very well.
It's not bad, but it's not perfect.
So if suppose you're a big bank, suppose you're Jamie Dimon, you run JP Morgan Chase, like what's like the biggest possible threat of what you could possibly face is that there's some disruptive change that upends your
Thanks, big dog.
Yeah.
Already am. Already am, dog.
An analog film and digital cameras come along and you get destroyed, and in your obituary, it's like you're the idiot.
Blockbuster video.
Like that's the cautionary tale. Those are the stories that this guy's telling on the campfire. Right. Absolutely terrifying.
Right.
And like business schools teach you, like that's the one thing you do not want to do. And so there's 2 ways to try to deal with that. One is you could try to invent.
It's a big shot. There's no pressure. You left it short last time.
They're out there doing all these crazy things, and can you really do that? And it's hard, frisky, and dangerous. The other thing you can do, you go to government.
I had to get it around your ball.
Propose basically a trade, which is we would like the government to put up a wall of regulation. Right? We would like the government to put in place rules, right? We want for regulation for what's required to be in this business because I'm a big company. I can afford 10,000 lawyers and compliance. I really put myself under basically the government.
Hit my ball.
The government has erected this wall of regulation such that the next startup comes along and just the next company comes along and just literally can't function. And by the way, this is literally what happened in banking. So pre-2008, pre the financial crisis, there were many different banks in the country, big, medium, and lots of new banks. People who just start banks, entrepreneurial banks of many different kinds. After the financial crisis, we had this problem called the too big to fail banks, right? The banks were too big. And so there was this legislation called Dodd-Frank, which was regulatory reform for banking, which was 2011. I call that the Big Bank Protection Act in 2011. It was marketed as it was going to solve the problem of too big to fail banks, but it actually did this bank much larger. So those banks are too big to fail.
Thanks, big dog.
Much larger than ever before. The banking industry has concentrated into those banks.
I'm ready for it.
And they're periodically they go under. Like we had a bank in Silicon Valley, has been happening all across the economy. And then since the number of new banks.
Maybe if other balls hit your ball.
Whoa. And so the banking system is being centralized basically into 10 big. They actually have a called GSIB.
No. No, you didn't. I went the wrong way.
10 GSIBs. And then basically what's going to happen is those are going to consolidate basically into the three big banks.
Banked by one of the big.
You're absolutely right. But think about it from the other side. If you're the Treasury Secretary and you want
maybe a 5,
right? Which is what has been happening. What was happening under the prior regime, right? And again,
that needed a 1.
It literally was like cardiac arrest. It was like that's it for new bank charters. And we've had companies that have tried to start new banks. Possible. Because you have to comply with the wall of regulation. You need to go hire your 10,000 compliance people and your lawyers, but you can't afford to do that. So you can't function. Like you can't exist.
I gave you a 1.
Like
there you go.
That is by definition.
You're starting to let the go, dog.
Right. So that happened in banking.
Oh, this is a hard hole.
Social media. This has been the same in many other industries. By the way, this happened. The food industry is greatly consolidated. Industry as well, and it's twining.
Yeah.
Right. Because at that point, it's like, okay, is this a private company? Yes. Like it's still a private company. It has a stock price. It has a CEO. Does the CEO ever that the relevant cabinet secretary to do that? Because if not,
thanks, big dog. I just took the win.
And prosecutions and
no way.
For the rest of his life.
Wow.
Almost.
So it's essentially what we accuse the CCP of doing.
It's the so if you combine banking and social media
you're good at this whole.
Right.
That's not what you want to do.
Right, and this goes back to the triple strike thing. You don't have to threaten to take away somebody's. You don't threaten to take away their insurance. It's not government insurance. It's
water.
It's the same thing. Down to a small handful of companies, they're super regulated.
Water.
Insurance. And there's no constitutional right to insurance. So there's
what is that?
The banking thing. And so that happened in banking. That's been happening in internet media generally.
Perfect. Know the angles, know the percentages.
Want this to happen. Because again, their big threat is like we're going to fund a startup that's going to eat their lunch, right? It's going to really screw them.
That's a good one.
If we could just take the position we have, protection, the trade is we'll do whatever the government wants.
What are your thoughts on just trying to make it in the hole?
Censor and punish and cancel their political opinions.
I'm going to go for it. I have nothing to lose. Oh, no, that's not what you wanted to do. You can make it just straight on. Let's see it. I think this ball's too fast.
Gemini's the best example of that, right? When they had multiracial Nazis.
Like Nazis. Yeah. Once again, we're back. According to Gemini, Hitler had an excellent DEI policy.
Yeah.
Now, in reality, he did not.
I do too.
In reality, he did not. But yeah, Gemini happily threw up black Nazis because.
Yeah, I just did it.
In a political direction. There's this guy, David Rosado, who's been doing his analyses on the social media side, where he shows the rates of the rise of like all of the woke.
Get there.
Yeah, and there's similar studies.
Champion. You got another one in you?
There's studies that have been done that basically political orientation. You can ask me questions.
Okay.
And they're just like 9 out of 10 people are like tremendously biased. And then there's the government basically.
That's a glitch.
Compliance, not just with their trade rules, but also with all of their basically essentially a censorship regime on AI. It's exactly like regime.
Wow, that's terrifying.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, and this is my belief.
This is a perfect shot. Psych into the water.
And the reason is social media is important, but at the end of the day, it's quote just people talking to each other. AI is going to be the control layer on everything, right? So AI is going to be the control layer on how your kids learn in school. It's going to be the control layer on does your house open when you come to the front door. It's going to be the control.
Oh, what a bad shot!
Right? And so if that gets
what a bad shot!
and that's a big thing that we've been trying to prevent, is to keep that from happening. And
My ball.
really going for that. And it was just like crystal clear that's where it was headed.
And do you feel like with a second administration they'd be even more emboldened to act in that direction?
Yes, 100%.
Tell me it, baby.
And then there was no question around how.
Thank you, sir. Oh, wow, in the water.
Right. So, you can imagine a common administration.
Just absolutely perfect shot. Every fucking time.
Right. And so
love it.
Which I think.
I hate this. And going first on this hole is so shitty.
Sort of the perspective and so.
I didn't really open anything for you, though.
These thoughts that this administration would be bad for.
December.
Elon really broke a lot of it. Elon did really open up.
December.
We bought Twitter, which really gave us a place to talk about this stuff, all of us. But then also,
correct.
South to actually express himself, and so he gave a lot of the rest of us permission structure.
Yeah.
To say these things. And look, it's like a cascade where people are like, okay, okay.
Who's to say that I did?
Yeah. Well, then look, also just they went too far.
Right when I made that shot, big dog.
They really came at us hard, and so the harder they come at us. Like we didn't predict when Biden won. Like we.
Oh, I don't like this hole.
Yeah, probably. We'll just do it.
Excellent.
But then they
did you see the shot?
It took a couple of years to figure out that this was not like a temporary thing. That this was like a concerted campaign.
Did you see the shot?
What agency specifically is involved in doing that?
Oh, I said it's Alpha Suit, but like SEC credit crypto, very specifically FTC was thoroughly recognized. There's something called the CFTC, which is the other part.
Two shots. I don't know if it can get any better than that.
Crypto that's a security. There's some forms of crypto that are security and the SEC regulates. There's other kinds of crypto that are commodity that the CFTC regulates. This is the CFP I mentioned earlier. So the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, right, decided that they were also going to regulate AI.
Oh, what a shot!
Which they just volunteered for. And then, at the FAA killed the drone industry years ago. The reason why the Chinese are winning the drone wars is because the FAA basically made drones illegal in the U.S. Years ago. So, like, the FAA has been a big problem.
Oh, what a bad miss!
What is it? Also,
when you say made drones illegal, you can still buy drones. Like, what have they done?
So legally, you cannot fly a drone in the U.S. That is beyond line of sight if you have a pilot's license.
Wow.
Which means if you're a U.S. drone manufacturer, you have to build a system that enforces that regulation.
So,
but if you're a Chinese
handicap your ability,
yes. So either the U.S. drone needs to either not fly beyond line of sight, which is not very useful, right?
Right.
Or it needs to somehow validate. We only have customers that have pilot licenses. China, there's no such restriction. And the Chinese, because we want a more open economy, the Chinese drones you can just buy and use and use however you want. Technically, as the user of the drone, you're not in compliance with the law, but they ignore that part. They just punish the American drone makers.
Wow.
And that's why the Chinese own the drone market, and that's why 90% of the drones used by the U.S. military and by U.S. police are Chinese-made drones. Which, again,
that sounds like a terrible security risk.
Very bad idea.
Yo, dog. Yeah, but I still won.
Well, I've seen the advancements in Chinese drones, in particular at the choreographed dances that they do in the sky, where they had, see the dragon one? Yeah, see if you can find that Chinese dragon the drone display. It's like one of the largest ones they ever did. It's unbelievable how much more advanced they are.
Yeah. And I will tell you, the Biden administration has zero interest in this. Like, worse than zero. Like, just, I would say, absolute contempt for the idea of the U.S. industry. Yeah.
So, watch this thing. See the full screen of that. It's just a grid in the sky. Look at this. They're flying.
You got another one in you?
They did one that was at night, Jamie, because they're all lit up. Oh, okay.
So imagine those.
Zoot.
Jesus Christ. Coming at you.
Zoot.
Well, we get to see some of that in Ukraine.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Suicide drones. Like, look at this. That is sky. It's
okay.
Drones. They're all lit up. I mean, that is unbelievable. Yeah. It even has a puff of fire coming out of its mouth.
Yeah.
But that's incredible.
If they send that,
let's see your shot.
During a game, grenades from those drones.
Oh my God, dude! Don't even put that out there.
Amazing shot. Get in the water. Get in the hole.
In the sky with a heartbeat. This is insane.
Yes.
It's so incredible. They had a little one like that played over the Eminem concert at Coda at the Circuits of the Americas here. They had this concert, like 100,000 people there, and then afterwards they have like drums.
I do.
That wasn't at that level. I mean,
Here's your favorite hole, big dog.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's a Chinese thing. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, but DoD was soldiers in the field. It's very common soldiers.
Dude, you fucked me.
Yeah, and these are Chinese made drums.
Every single one of them taken over by China and used for whatever they want.
Oh my god,
dude, I'm gonna be down 0-2.
I don't know what they'll do. It's somewhere in the priority order of things that they're dealing, but they are well.
Well,
it's the kind of thing I would hope that we could get some attention.
Yeah. Well, this is the brings us back to the
dude.
Because if that's what we're seeing. We're seeing super sophisticated Chinese drones that operate on some novel propulsion system.
What a great shot!
And that could be because they put ridiculous regulations on drone manufacturers in America. That's right. And they got way ahead of us.
Yeah, these are bad.
Down 0-2.
I always
the biggest deficit
view of our society
under which I could be.
Society. Our society is more open, so people can innovate and come up with new startups and these crazy ideas because there's so much freedom in America. You don't have to deal with the government.
Let's see your shot, big dog.
Business. Silly me.
Let's see your shot, big dog.
So this is my argument. This is my argument I make geopolitically, because if you imagine that the 21st century is going to be, let's say, a contest between the U.S. and China, versus the Soviet Union, and like contest, competition,
go big dog.
Maybe more. Yeah, so like that's the basic fundamental kind of geopolitical puzzle of the 21st century.
Excuse me.
So both yourselves and about the other side. And then as you think about how to beat the other guy, is the answer to become more like them or more like yourself?
Maxine Waters made that argument when it comes to social digital scores and cryptocurrency and a centralized digital currency. She was talking about that. In order to compete with China, we have to come up with a centralized digital currency.
Which in my view is exactly the right.
Yes, I heard that. I was like, that's a terrible idea.
It's exactly the right
thing. Could it be like China to compete with China?
It's exactly the right thing. It's exactly the right thing. You don't want that because the China system has its problems. Like they terrorize their own population directly. They do impose the social credit scores.
Right.
They do all this stuff. And then, by the way, here's something we have going for us: is the Chinese system is turned on capitalism. Xi Jinping is not a capitalist, and there is a broad-based breakdown of private business in China to the point. A friend of mine leading investors in China. He said every single Chinese tech founder has either left China or leave China.
Wow.
And they're all trying to get their families out because it's now too dangerous to run a tech company in China because the government might just snatch you, like literally physically snatch you at any point. And you may not come back. And then every Chinese CEO has a political officer of the Chinese Communist Party sitting in the hall who could come in and override your decisions anytime he wants to. And by the way, at regular training. Oh, this is a great thing. Okay, so you're sitting here, you're the CEO of a company with 50 billion revenue, 100,000 employees, and this guy pulls you and you sit in the conference room down the hall for 7 hours, getting grilled on how well you understand Marx, right? So like that actually happens, right? It's a political office, and that's the kind of thing that happens in the Soviet Union. That's the kind of thing that happens in China. So you'd rather be a CEO in the U.S. than in China, for sure.
Wow.
As long as the U.S. system actually stays,
that was a battle to get a point.
Get all the benefits and all the power.
Oh, I love this hole. Oh, you get to go first? That looks like a good shot. Not now.
See, I was not nearly.
I don't know what you're doing. Make it.
All these things. I didn't know this. I did know about the banks, and certainly didn't know that they were tracking down on AI the same way they tracked down on social media.
The AI thing was very alarming. We had meetings this spring that were the most alarming meetings I've ever been in.
He makes it. Oh, no.
What kind of can you talk about it?
Basically, just full government control. There will be a small number of large
for the win.
They told us they just said startups. Like, don't even bother.
Short.
There's no way that they can succeed. There's no way that we're going to let that happen. Wow. Yeah, this is all. It's going to be 2 or 3 companies, and we're going to control them, and that's that. Like this is all finished.
Oh my God! Now, when you leave a meeting like that, what do you do?
What a comeback! 2-2.
Oh my god!
And again, like I'll just tell you, like because I've been doing a lot of the flag I'm making for this. It's just a crazy whatever right winger. But
all right, let's see your shot, big dog.
I supported Bill Clinton in '92. I supported Clinton in '96. I supported Gore during the Reagan 2000. I knew John Kerry. I supported him before. I supported Obama. I supported Hillary in '16. Like I was like a Democrat in good standing. And then,
are you completely out of the cocktail circuit now? Like, are you allowed to hang out with people?
So there's now, this is actually true. There's now two kinds of dinner parties in Silicon Valley. They fractured clearly in half. There's the ones where every person will release every single thing that was in the New York Times that day. Oh. Which, by the way, is often very different from whatever was in the New York Times 6 months ago.
Yeah. Big dog.
And that's what they talk longer. Nor do I want to go to that. And then there's the other kind, which is David Sachs, and like all these guys and all these people, and just this growing universe.
Oh man,
it's a micro.
I did.
Culture, which is like, hey,
are you gonna fuck me?
That's right, but it's so much more comforting that you guys are not the My Pillow guy. You know what I mean? No disrespect, Mike, to the My Pillow guy. Me to be saying these things. That's what helps. It helps when you actually knows what they're talking about. They're very well informed and the repercussions coming their way. And just people like yourself speak about the plans that you're laying out, what they were trying to do with AI is fucking, that should terrify everybody. Where you have bureaucrats now in control of potentially the biggest agent of change.
We tied.
It's potentially. And you're gonna let what? The people that can't even balance.
Don't do that.
People that don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh wow, you could have won.
And look,
we both tied.
I think
all right, that's good. I like when we both win. Actually, I can't stand it, but that's good.
It was very different.
All righty, Zoot. It was fun.
Much more understanding that you could actually.
Yes, you do. Take care, my man.
This is what I was. You could be a tech founder, you start a private company, create a tech product. Everybody loves you. It's great. You go in press conference, the whole thing. You take the company public. It deploys a lot of people. It creates a lot of jobs. You make a lot of money. At some point, you cash out, and then you donate the money to charity, and everybody thinks you're a hero. Right? And it's just great. Right? And this is how it ran for a very long time. And this was the deal. This was the deal. This was Clinton Gore 100% supported that. They were 100% pro-capitalism in this way, and 100% pro-tech. And they actually did a lot to foster this kind of environment. And basically, what happened is the last 15 years or so, Democrats culminating in this administration basically broke every part of that deal for people in my world. Like every single part of that is shattered, right? Where it's just like technology became presumptively evil, right? And if you're a business person, you were presumptively a bad person, and technology presumptively had bad effects, and and regulate you, kill you, and wash you. And then the kicker was philanthropy became evil. And this is a real culture change in the last 5 years that I hope will reverse now, which is philanthropy now is a dirty word on the left because it's the private person choosing to give away the money as opposed to the government choosing to give the money. So I'll give you the alternate case. Here's where I radicalized on this topic. So you'll recall some years back, Mark Zuckerberg and his wife, he had a ton of money in Facebook stock. They created a nonprofit entity called Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which the original mission was to literally keep all disease. And this could be like $200 billion to cure all disease, right? So like big deal. They said they committed to donating 99% of their assets to this new foundation. They got brutally attacked from the left, and the attack was they're only doing it to save money on taxes. Now, basic mathematics. You don't give away 99% of your money to save money on taxes, right? But it was a vicious attack. It was like a very, very aggressive attack. And the fundamental reason for the attack was how dare they treat that money like it's their own? How dare they decide it goes? Instead,